Okay, basi tutaomba alafu tuendelee. Mwenyezi Mungu, tukuomba hekima, neema na baraka tunapotekeleza majukumu uliyotupa. Mwenyezi Mungu, tukuomba utuelekeze, tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki, usawa na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi hii yetu na wale ambao maslahi yao umeyakabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Asubuhi hii tuna wenzetu 6, 4 asubuhi hii alafu 2 masaa ya adhuhuri. Na yule ya kwanza kuingia ni Daktari Moses Alutalala, ambaye naomba afikishwe hapa ili kwamba tukaweze kujadiliana naye. Asante. Karibu sana Daktari Alutalala. Keti tafadhali. Jina langu ni Nelson Makanda. Mimi ni mwenyekiti wa jopo hili ambalo lilituma kwamba watu wakaweze kuleta maombi kwa zile nafasi za makamishna wa tume ya IEBC. Na asante kwa kuitikia huo mwito na kutuma ombi lako, na pia kongole na hongera kwa mmoja wale ambao wameitwa kwa haya majadiliano. Tutaanza na kujuana. Hawa wenzangu nafikiri watatumia Kiingereza isipokuwa mmoja wao, alafu tutaendelea. Tutakuja kwako dada Linda. Asante.
Hujambo daktari?
Sijambo mamangu.
Jina langu naitwa Linda.
Naam.
Kiome.
Naam.
Na kukaribisha katika mahojiano haya. Karibu sana.
Nashukuru.
Bwana Alutalala.
Naam kaka.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Nashukuru. Alhamdulillah.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui.
Naam.
Mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Shukran.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Alutalala.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Bwana Alutalala, hujambo?
Sijambo kaka.
Naitwa Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Mkwana.
Good morning, ma'am.
Na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante.
Thank you.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we come to you and feel free to use whatever language you like, ili kwamba ukaweze kutujulisha wewe ni nani na tajriba ambayo unaileta siku hii na ile ambayo utaileta kwenye tume ya IEBC. Utuelezee kana kwamba wewe uko na kama wewe ni mwanachama wa kikundi chochote cha wale ambao ni professionals, na utuambie kama wewe umepata umetunikiwa na tuzo lolote kwa haya maisha ambayo umekuwa nayo katika kazi yako. Basi uendelee Daktari Mkwana. Nilisikia mwingine akikuita Mkwana. Mkwana. Asante.
Asante sana kaka mwenyekiti Daktari Nelson Makanda. mwenyekiti wa jopo kazi hili linalohusika na masuala ya kuajiri watakaokuwa kipaumbele katika tume hii huru ya kuhakiki na kuratibu mipaka na mambo ya uchaguzi. Na kwanza naomba uniruhusu Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti kutanguliza kwa shukran kwa kupewa nafasi hii ya kuja mbele zenu. Najua tulikuwa wengi, si wote waliokuja hapa, na kwa heshima hiyo naomba mkubali nitangulize shukran. Jambo la pili, naomba kupitia kwenu, naomba mwashukuru wale ambao wamekuwa kusaidia kazi. Jana nilipata simu asubuhi na mapema nikikumbusha kwamba zamu yangu ni leo asubuhi. Katika nafasi za serikali mara nyingi kazi haifanywi hivyo, na nilistaajabu kwamba kweli kuna chapwa kazi hivyo katika serikali. Kwa hivyo nashukuru, naomba mfikishe hizo shukrani kwa waliohusika. Mimi jina langu ni Alutalala. Babangu anaitwa Mukhwana. Kwa hivyo mara nyingi jina langu tajika ni Alutalala wa Mukhwana. Lakini kabatizwa Moses na mamangu, hivyo majina matatu ni Moses, Alutalala, Mukhwana. Kuzaliwa ni katika jimbo kuu la Kakamega, jimbo dogo la Butere, kijiji almaarufu Ituti. Na tajriba yangu kaka mwenyekiti ni kwamba mimi mwanzo nikimaliza shule nimekuwa mwalimu wa shule za sekondari nikifunza lugha na historia. Nimesomea kijijini kule Ituti. Baadaye nimekuja Nairobi alikokuwa akifanya babangu kazi kama dereva, nikaishi mtaa duni wa Kibera. Huko ndiko nimesomea shule pale mjini, hizo shule ambazo huko kwenye gorofani. Sijui hapa kama kuna rika linaloweza kukumbuka hizo shule. RGS Secondary School, baadaye nikaenda Muguga High School kule katika jimbo la Kiambu. Baadaye nikawa ni mwenye kwenda katika chuo cha kufunzi wa walimu TTC Kagumo College Nyeri. Nikafuzu. Baadaye nikawa ni mwalimu katika hiyo shule kule upande wa magharibi mwa Kenya, Kisii. Lakini baadaye nikajiunga na shule za kibinafsi, Oshol Academy. Huko ndiko nimefunza sana taaluma na mitaala ya hapa Kenya na mitaala ya kule nje, almaarufu the local curriculum and the foreign curriculum. Baadaye nikaona sitoweza kujikimu na kukimu maisha ya wanangu kama nitasalia mwalimu, na nikaamua kusoma huku nikisomesha wanangu nikijisomesha mwenyewe. Imenichukua miaka mingi, lakini Mungu ni mkubwa. Baadaye nikajaliwa kufuzu kama wakili katika chuo cha Nairobi. Kishaye nikaenda katika chuo ambacho kinaitwa Kenya School of Law, na baadaye nikawa mimi nimefuzu kama wakili. Baadaye nimejaliwa kusomea uzamili na uzamili hati almaarufu masters na PhD katika chuo hiki cha Uswizi kinachoitwa Swiss Management Academy. Na sasa hivi mimi kazi yangu kuu ni wakili. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman has asked me ni tajriba ipi ninayoleta IEBC. Manake what is the comportment of experience that I bring to IEBC. Chairman Sir, Alutalala is a student of growth. From the brief that I've given about where I came from and how I've reached where I am, there is one lesson that life has taught me, that you learn at every turn. But more importantly, as a teacher of young people over the years, I learned to accommodate divergent opinion, because young people do not necessarily see things the way we see. And so I was able to learn that as a person, the person next to you could be having a better solution. And so there is nothing better that the Independent Elections Boundaries Commission needs than a student of growth. Because so much has been said about the commission in the past. And there might be a temptation to think that there is a problem in the IEBC or that there are quick fixes. You cannot walk there without having an open mind, and the student of growth is the best pick. I have also been able to learn that the more you share what you know with people, the more you learn as well. And so as a lawyer, I've spent a long time teaching civic education, citizenship, and the rights under the Constitution. I've done this for free on many public media outlets, but I've gone further to the villages through vernacular stations, and this I do for free. That has taught me that when it comes to issues of politics and elections in this country, we have a lot of civic education to do, not just voter education, but civic education, citizen rights. You see, we are told that the price of democracy is eternal vigilance by Einstein. But how can you be vigilant if you do not know what you're vigilating about? And therefore, as a public media commentator and analyst of governance issues and the constitutional issues, I have had the chance to interact with the masses on matters of elections, governance, and leadership. And I've picked lessons. The lesson that I've picked, Chairman, sir, is that the level of knowledge out there among our citizens, particularly the rural folk, is not the one that will help us achieve what we need as a commission or as a country if we don't invest in civic education. Because you'll be surprised at how our people don't even know why they have to participate in the political activities in this country, because they think that belongs to others. And so when it comes to making choices for elections, we expect them to do informed choices. We haven't enabled them to do those informed choices. So, Chairman, that is the experience that I bring to IEBC. As a lawyer, I have dedicated my time not only to looking for food for my family and for myself, but also sharing that little I know with the people. If there is any award, I think the award I get is for many phone calls that people in the villages keep calling me about my neighbor has invaded my land. What is the procedure? My neighbor's child has been defiled. How do you go to court? There can be no better award than that phone call from a villager asking you to share with him or her how he may find a solution to his problem. To me, that is the greatest award that I have. I hope I've done service to your question. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I invite Madam Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Alutalala.
Naam.
Katika ule uzoefu wako wa miaka mingi ya ujuzi ya sheria na governance and administration, the experience that you've had, hiyo ujuzi, what do you intend to bring to the IEBC that will change the reactive way in which IEBC usually conducts its elections, kulingana na ile uzoefu na ujuzi ambao umepata kwa hiyo miaka mingi? How do you intend to change that reactive, from being a reactive IEBC during election cycles to a proactive IEBC, if you're given a chance to be a commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Linda. First of all, for far too long, we have looked for the problems of elections from within the IEBC. Many times the problems are domiciled outside IEBC. And therefore, it's my view that the best approach will be to find our GPRS correct from the beginning. In my view, sometimes the problems of reactionary attitude to election planning and management, the way the IEBC conducts itself sometimes, it is not so much about what IEBC officials or commissioners are capable or not capable of doing, but it also because of what other equal and important players in the political and electoral processes are not doing or are doing. Let's begin with the issue of the legal framework in the country. The first thing we must appreciate is that the reason why IEBC would experience not so good a brand is because of the way our political and electoral structure is configured. Number one, political party formation in this country is built on pure competition for power. And that competition for power is premised on ethno-regional configurations. Unfortunately, the electoral system that the Constitution of 2010 gave us is not helping. You know, Madam Linda, in the village that I come from in Ituti, my mother always told me, don't only blame the mongoose for eating the chicken. Ask the chicken, you know the mongoose stays in the forest. Why were you taking your kids so deep into the forest? So it's not all about IEBC. We need a political system that introduces stability in the way our politics are run. Political parties that are institutionalized.
Perhaps more of what you will do than what will be general.
The reason why I'm going with that is to give you the background. What I would do is to recommend legislative reform. That's the background I was giving. Legislative reform because the electoral system is not configured in a way that helps us have stability in running IEBC.
Let me further guide you, Daktari.
Yes.
Now that you say that you will propose legal reforms.
Yes.
Now, that is proper.
Yes.
And in addition to that,
Yes.
what skills and competencies do you intend to use as an IEBC commissioner to create a reactive IEBC?
Thank you.
A proactive, actually, than a reactive. A proactive. What skills and competencies?
Thank you.
Yes.
First, leadership is number one. Position and leadership are not the same thing. Position is what you get by virtue of your qualifications. Leadership is about influence and influencing people. So the thing that I must bring to IEBC if I get the opportunity is to espouse leadership. And leadership is in various levels. The first leadership level that you'll have is position. That anybody can get based on the initial qualifications. But there is a second stage of leadership that you require. And that is level 2, according to John Maxwell, and that is what we call permission.
Daktari, allow me, because of the sensitivity of time,
okay.
I want to guide you on this.
Okay.
Just name what skills and competencies. You've started with
Thank you.
leadership.
Thank
Just
you.
go directly.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I bring leadership.
Yes.
By virtue of my background. When you teach, you lead. When you teach, you listen. When you teach, you learn. I'm a lifelong learner. I learn at every turn. And therefore bring leadership and the lifelong learning spirit. Number 2, my background is such that I've come from very lowly backgrounds. I know many people say that. But there is nothing that beats experience because nobody can replicate that experience. I know what it means to live in the slums of Kibera because that's where I was brought up. But what that helps is this, that when it comes to IEBC, you're able to understand that civic education is important because the people of Kibera would not be able to understand what it takes to participate in political processes and electoral processes if you do not share that experience. So I bring down to earth experience IEBC. Number 3, I think in terms of education, I can serve IEBC very well. I have a gift in educating and communicating with people of all levels without having a hindrance. Number 4, I believe in collegiality. Again, that is a skill I picked from teaching. IEBC requires collegiality because when you are working as a team, you'll avoid some of the oops moments that have occurred in the country where one team, Daktari Nelson Makanda yuko na upande wake na naibu wake yuko na upande wake. So collegiality is one thing that I bring to IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. It is in the interest of time.
I understand.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I invite Caroline to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Daktari.
Naam, ma'am.
Article 38 of the Constitution grants every citizen the right to vote.
Yes.
The High Court has affirmed this right to vote for people who are incarcerated. In short, the prisoners. IEBC has subsequently been progressively realizing the right of the prisoners to vote. Should you become successful and you are a member of the IEBC, please explain to us how all the measures that you'd put in place to realize the right to vote for people who have been incarcerated.
Thank you. The right can be enjoyed maximally or optimally by a people who understand what that right entails. So the first stop would be to have voter and civic education more accessible to the inmates. That's number 1. Number 2, because of the limited maneuverability of prisoners, I would recommend and encourage, because after all, under the IEBC Act, it is said that the Commission will engage in progressive recommendation of use of technology. I would recommend that we gradually move from the ballot to the e-voting because that is seamless, that is without interaction, and the physical barriers are less. So an e-voting progression would be great for people who are in the cells. And number 3, I would also focus the education and the teaching on the prison staff because they are key stakeholders in facilitating that particular exercise of helping the inmates to have the right to vote. Those 3, in my view, would be the start off.
All right. How do you make sure they vote? Like the registration, without registration, providing access to polling, how would that look like?
Sorry, but I began from, the question was with the presupposition that all that is in place, and therefore, how do I enhance them to participate? But
sorry if I wasn't clear, like every day, there are people who are incarcerated.
Yes.
The ones who are there today were not there yesterday, for example. And those who are there in today need to vote. So how would you, assuming now you are rolling out the program?
Thank you. The IEBC is mandated to conduct continuous voter registration. If that is the law, then the same ought to be applied to those who are incarcerated so that they are not disadvantaged in any way. Because the reason why IEBC is mandated to continue regular registration, not continuous registration, and not just when we have the elections coming, is so that the voter roll is updated and the right to participate in election is enhanced.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Koki. Please ask the candidate some questions, kindly.
Thank you very much, Chair. Daktari,
Yes, ma'am.
You have heard of the NADCO report.
Yes.
One of the recommendations in that report is to remove the requirement that the chairperson of IEBC be a person qualified to hold office of the Supreme Court judge. The first question I want to ask you is, do you agree with that recommendation, and why you agree with that recommendation? And if you do not agree with that recommendation, why do you not agree with that recommendation? Then I can ask you the follow-up question. Just be very brief, because we don't have much time.
In life, there is nothing wrong in aspiring for the best that there is. So in principle, there is nothing wrong in us aspiring the Commission of IBC to have the highest level in terms of the legal ladder. I would have no problem. I do not know the reasoning behind the requirement that they ought to be a equivalent of a Supreme Court judge. But it is possibly because, as one of the independent commissions under Chapter 15...
That's already in the law. So the NADCO report is seeking to remove that requirement. Yes. And I'm asking you whether you agree with their quest to remove the requirement, and why, and if you don't agree, why not? Because I have a follow-up question.
Thank you.
And we have 3 minutes.
As I said, there is always something good in aspiring for the best. In my view, that is a good thing to have that requirement. I do not think there is any good reason in wanting to go lower if it's available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In addition to what you have said, can you indicate two reasons why that position remaining as is important for the IEBC?
The function of IEBC is so critical because it actually is one of the constitutional commissions that is tasked with the implementation and ensuring that the sovereignty of the Republic is maintained. Why do I say that? Because under the Article 1 and 2 and 3, they say sovereignty belongs to the people, but that sovereignty is delegated to various organs. So an electoral commission, by what it's doing, it enhances the protection of the right to sovereignty. And therefore, it is so important that it is elevated, and therefore the position of the IEBC chairperson being at that level is rightfully elevated. Number two, given what we've been through this country in terms of the disagreements over the results of elections, it will give credibility, it will give high stature to the position of the chairmanship of IEBC if that requirement is what there is. And as I've said, there is no lack of qualified personnel in terms of HR in that accord. Thank you.
And I hear you saying that because of the regulation, or at least the requirement for compliance with the Constitution and the law, should be one of the reasons.
It's a good ground to hinge upon that argument, but it's not the only one.
Thank you very much, Daktari, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask FCP Tanui to ask you some questions. Tafadhali, ndugu.
Asante mwenyekiti. Bwana Lutwala, I want to follow up from where my colleague Ambassador Koki left, more so on this issue of NADCO report on the chair of IEBC being holder or qualified to hold the office of Supreme Court. Now, what is your understanding of the role of the chairperson of IEBC? looking at it in terms of the mandate, one of IEBC, which is to conduct elections and delimit boundaries, but secondly, also to provide leadership. And my question, as you respond, is that is the leadership restricted to the qualification of a Supreme Court judge being a chair of IEBC?
You know, a qualification many times is a linear qualification in terms of you have the qualifications similar to those of one who can hold a Supreme Court judge. But leadership is not only domiciled in that linear progression. So leadership as a whole can be seen and can be found in any other qualification. But as I said, if in terms of IEBC elevation, the Supreme Court judge is one that is slated, it gives stature. But that is not to say that is the only that can give stature. It is a decision that you have to make as a country. Just like there has been argument whether, for example, our members of county assemblies should be graduates or not. They are not. There's no requirement, but they're still working. If we made that requirement, they'll still work. So it's really a choice that we have to make as a country. But in terms of leadership, the Supreme Court requirement is not the only guarantee of leadership.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Now, there are several countries in Africa. I think we have Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, that have the chairperson of their electoral commission also being the chief executive officer. But in Kenya...
Of the commission?
Yes, of the commission.
Yes.
But in Kenya, we've separated.
Yes.
We have a chairperson. In fact, in Kenya, we don't know who is the chief electoral officer because we need somebody who is in charge of our elections. So is it the chairperson? Is it the CEO? And in those countries that I've mentioned, Ghana, Nigeria, I think Sierra Leone, they have made it clear that the chairperson is also the chief executive and the chief electoral officer, 3 roles in one. Using the example of Ghana, they are considered one of the best electoral commissions so far in Africa. And the competence or the political parties have always accepted the results as declared by the Ghana Electoral Commission. So what is your take, given the current structure that we have in Kenya, where we have separated the roles of the CEO, who is a chief executive and accounting officer. Then we have a chairman there who has no control over the funds or even over the staff of IEBC.
Thank you, Mr. Tanawi. There is a bit of a system challenge from that configuration because the chairperson of IEBC has the overall leadership of the commission. It is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And the chairperson, therefore, is the leader of the team. But the Act gives the chairperson and the commissioners oversight, strategy, and policy, and says that the implementers will be the secretariat headed by the CEO. The challenge is that the CEO then is heading the secretariat, the chairperson seems to be heading the commissioners, and many times there seems to be a conflict. If you ask me, the ideal situation would be where the commission chairperson is the overall and is the CEO, for a good reason. That when it comes to implementation, many times the chairperson taking responsibility. And yet the implementers are not really the commissioners. They oversight, they do the policy. But where the push comes to shove, the CEO then is in charge. That does pose a bit of synergy problems.
As a commissioner, how will you go about it? If you're given an opportunity as a commissioner, how will you handle that challenge? That the constitution, the law is as it is, despite your proposal to address that issue. So
thank you. There is a saving grace, because the way the commission has been working somehow finds its way around it, because the commissioners work through committees, and each committee has a commissioner in charge. Now that committee, will many times deal with matters that arise from the directorates, because IEBC has 9 directorates, say the legal directorate or the finance and administration. So each commissioner is allocated a certain slot, and that commissioner therefore is in charge, so to speak, of the day-to-day, in quotes, of matters in that particular directorate. So that ameliorates really the potential tiff that would occur in terms of how work is done. There is also these 9 directorates which then feed into these committees, and I think as a commissioner, you have to find a way around it, because that is the law. If you're given a lemon, turn it to a lemonade. Thank you.
Wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We want to invite our brother here, Misari, to ask us some questions.
Thanks so much. Moses, now, I want to take you to the issue of rejected votes. In the year 2022, we had almost 113,614 ballots being rejected. What do you think, if you are given an opportunity and you are in IEBC as a commissioner, is it civic education or voter education that you will conduct to ensure that that is averted to such big number? And what do you think the impact of that number is to the general tally?
The impact, thank you, sir. The impact is huge. What I'll do is both civic and voter. You know, voter is more straightforward, is more tailored towards the processes of voting, the processes of IEBC, and so forth. Civic has to do with statehood, the obligations to the nation, the obligation to the state, and what are your rights as a citizen, but what are your corresponding duties and obligations? Because most people think uko na haki, lakini hauna majukumu kwa taifa lako. So yes, the number of rejected votes does have a dent. And the more we don't educate and give them civic education, the more that is bound to happen. So I would focus on the voter education, which IEBC already has a provision for it, including getting outside providers to do it, those who are qualified. But my emphasis, as I've said, should be on civic education. Majukumu ya raia na haki za raia. Yote yaandanishwe kwa pamoja. What have you done for your nation? Not just what your nation has done for you. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, we have the core activities of IEBC and those that can be supported with the donor support. Kindly mention 2 in each cases that can be supported by the donors and the ones that we must strictly service from the exchequer, and the reasons why.
Recurrent expenditure must surely be serviced by us.
I mean the core expenses of IEBC that must only be done by the resources from exchequer, and the activities that can possibly be done by the donor support.
Okay, let me flip it the other way around. The activities that are more suitable to donor funding or donor support. What I've been saying, civic education, voter education. Many times these donors would actually bring the expertise, even where they don't give you the money. And that is an area that they will support. The other one is on observation. Observers of elections are so critical because they increase the credibility, the usefulness of the outcome of the election. So the donor community could also help in funding and facilitating election observers. So those are 2. in terms of what it is that IEBC itself has to fund to be from the exchequer, I thought salaries is an expense, and that shouldn't come from donor. There is also the issue of movement operations of the IEBC. It's election time, for example. Logistics from point A to point B, fueling of the vehicles, acquisition of the automobiles. That ought to be funded by the exchequer in my respectful view.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Mkhwana.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the key long-term institutional mechanisms that you think should be embedded in the IEBC policy and legal framework to ensure that there is always adequate stakeholder engagement?
Adequate stakeholder engagement, at the moment, if you ask me, IEBC is doing very well in terms of stakeholder engagement. So if your question respectfully is what long-term policies would have in place, the policies are there.
Mechanisms.
The mechanisms of ensuring that this stakeholder engagement is there, they're also there. The challenge is funding. Because by mechanism you mean, how does IEBC, for example, engage the judiciary? Because that is a stakeholder. How does IEBC engage the civic society or civil society? Those are stakeholders. So in terms of mechanism, you mean the processes. Those processes are there. If I got your question right, ma'am?
Are they embedded in the policy framework, and are they embedded in the law?
Yes. If you read the IEBC Act, it says that the IEBC will ensure that there is sufficient stakeholder engagement. That's a requirement of
Does that give you an actual mechanism that this number of times or these are the stakeholders should be met in this manner, the approaches? Does it clarify to that extent?
Now, if you look at the annual report of the IEBC 2023-2024, if I'm not mistaken, and when you look at the key result areas, they have actually done a strategic plan where they have outlined the key result areas. One of them is enhancing stakeholder engagement, and the focus area is to ensure that there is free and fair elections as a result. You see, that's a mechanism already that they have put in their strategic plan. So in my view, the mechanisms are in place. What I find a bit of a challenge many times is that when they are ready to roll out this, the budget has been delayed. The money is not there. And so they end up doing last minute what Madam Linda raised there, reactionary. It's not really reactionary. It's because they had this all along. But it is the funding gap that always gives a challenge, respectfully.
Have you ever heard of any time that IEBC has done a national stakeholder forum and a county stakeholder forum to discuss electoral matters on a sustained basis? Have you seen that before?
That I would not recall. If there was a sustained effort by IEBC, I must confess I would not recall that straight away.
Wouldn't that be a mechanism that needs to be embedded in policy so that it becomes mandatory for the IEBC to do that frequently?
Yes, it would be a good policy. My understanding is that in that strategic plan, that already, the fact that it's in the strategic plan, that's a policy that is already in there. But yes, I agree
So
with
you consider the strategic plan as it is to be adequate?
As I said, I'm a student of growth. There is always room for improvement. It may not be perfect, but there is something happening at IEBC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wish you well.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Wakili.
Yes, sir.
According to Article 73 of the Constitution, what are the key leadership principles required of a public officer, and how do they apply in the context of IEBC?
The key leadership qualities required in a leader.
Yes, and principles, yeah.
The most common, which we say so many times, uwe ni mtu mwenye kuaminiwa, integrity. That you must be a man or woman of honor who only does what is honorable and what is within the law. Number two, you must be one who respects Article 10, the national values and principles of governance under the Constitution, which encompass a number of them. Non-discrimination, respect for women, respect for people with disability, one who values what it is that the Constitution provides in terms of human rights. So as a public officer, the Bible or the Quran or the Ram Gita that will guide you to answer that question brief, you run to Article 10 and you comply with all that is under the Article 10.
And my follow-up question was, how do they apply in the context of IEBC, given a chance to be a member of the Commission?
Precisely as it's required. As an IEBC, we are told, as a Chapter 15 Commission, you engage the implementation and the protection of the sovereignty of the Republic, because you are having what you call a delegated function which the citizens have delegated to you. They have delegated to the judiciary, they have delegated to parliamentarians, but they have also delegated to the Chapter 15 institutions, the independent commissions. So as a member of the IEBC Commission, you must have a narrow path within which you operate, and that narrow path is Article 10, more broadly, Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
You have also indicated that you have over 19 years experience in the teaching and practice of law.
Yes.
The teaching, you taught in secondary schools.
Yes.
And also in the practice you have done from 2014
yes.
up to today. If appointed as a member, what relevant experience from teaching will you use to sort out the issues affecting IEBC in terms of trust?
People's skills. It is one thing to have a position, and quite another to appreciate that all these people have something to bring on the table. You know, as one sage said, I think that was Winston Churchill, if you allow me, that the greatest lesson he learned in life is that sometimes even a fool is right. So that when you are dealing with people, you must appreciate that even if that other person's views seem to be so lowly, he or she might have a point. If you went to London Market where there are so many madmen who speak very good English, even in that madness there is a method. So the greatest skill in my view that I'll bring to the table is people's skills. Teaching is people-driven, and you have to learn that you cannot be right all the time. The second one, as I said, is the ability to educate people. Civic education, voter education is premised on the ability to communicate. The third virtue or skill that I'll bring is what I call communicate, communicate, communicate. If you look at the Jimmy Carter Center report of 2017, one of the exit reports they gave is that in 2017, when the temperatures began rising, one thing that the Commission did not do right is that they proceeded to announce the result without communicating to the public that it was okay to communicate those results, because under the law, what it is that was remaining would not materially affect the outcome, but most importantly, that they would still announce what was left when it comes. Communication is what I'll bring.
Thank you very much and all the best, Akil.
Asante.
Thank you very much. I want to come to Professor Adam Salo. Prof, do you have anything, some questions for the
Thank you,
candidate?
Chair. Moses,
Yes, sir.
on a light note, in Luanda market, are they mad or they are high on something?
They were neighbors, Prof. You might know better than me.
And now, I'm just curious. I was just looking at your ID, and I'm saying Alu Talala.
Yes.
I usually thought it was one name,
It is.
but you still space it.
You know, we've talked about the ethno-regional
Yes.
inclinations.
Yes.
Unfortunately, every government officer who has dealt with my registration has felt that my name should be not pronounced as Alutalala. I have revised those IDs 3 times. The last one, they even gave me now the wrong location. I come from Ituti, but they took me to Shetzale.
Okay.
So my names are Alutalala, but the ID gets it wrong.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to follow up where my colleague Borrell left.
Yes, sir.
What is the relevance of Article 232 of the Constitution, that is the values and principles of public service, and you have told us about one of your strengths is leadership,
Yes.
in guiding IEBC leadership practices?
The values of public service.
Which are enshrined in Article 232 of the Constitution.
Yes. When we talk about the values of public service, we must begin by understanding that public service is defined as that collectivity of servants and people who work for the government. Now, the government is having a delegated responsibility to run their affairs in terms of sovereignty on behalf of the people. The first and important pillar in those values in public service is that a delegate is never the edge, is not the principal. And therefore, a delegate must only do that which the principal authorized. So we go back. What is it that the principal authorized the public service of the government of Kenya to undertake? And you go to the mother of all laws, the Grundnorm at Constitution 2010, and they say, number 1, that sovereignty of the people shall reside in the people and shall only be exercised as a delegated responsibility. And number 2, that anyone who undertakes those responsibilities must abide by the Constitution, and the Constitution in Article 10 is saying these are the national values. So the public service values are anchored in the values in Article 10, Chapter 6. In brief, Prof, the values for the public service are no further from the values that are enshrined in the entire Constitution. But one that could stand out is when it comes to public finance. That public finance must only be spent in the manner in which it's provided by the Constitution, and most importantly, by the Public Finance and Management Act.
Very well. My last question in this segment, you have said you've walked the journey of Kenya from the slums to where you are now. You are a political commentator, and I'm sure you are aware that Kenya is already experiencing increased political polarization ahead of the next general election. You've heard of the one-term president.
Yeah.
You've heard of, we know how to produce a president for 24 years. You've heard of, we shall not be sitting aside to Tajaza. You are seeking to be an IEBC commissioner. What long-term strategy would you initiate to to reinforce national unity through electoral processes?
Prof, thank you for that question. It's a very heavy question. And with the permission of the chair and your permission, allow me to quote one of these scholars whose works I read a lot. And there is a paper titled, because we've talked about the polarization, Going Against the Grain of Ethnic Voting, the Scramble for Votes in 2013 presidential elections in Western Kenya. I'll disclose the author later. What this author says, and he has articulately, in my view, documented from 1992. You know that from 1963 to 1991, we were basically single party. 1992, we had the first multi-party elections. And this good professor has documented that in every of those elections, 1992, 2097, 2002, up to 2013, when he was writing this paper, because he wrote it in 2016, he says that all communities, except one, all their leaders were able to galvanize their ethnic communities behind them, therefore ending up with coalitions that were basically ethnic. Without giving credit to that one community, he says that that's only one ethnic community. That author is called Olo Adams, professor. And I agree with that reasoning, that the biggest problem that we have in national unity could be solved through an electoral process. The electoral process, and that's where I was going when I was answering Madame Linda, but she didn't have time to listen to this one. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 did not give us an electoral system that will infuse stability in political parties. Because political parties are the ones which take part in the electoral process. The electoral system that we have, there are three electoral systems: the majoritarian system, the proportional representative system, and then a mongrel, a mixture of the two. What we were given by the Constitution of 2010 is a majoritarian constitution, which would not refer to as the first past the post. Kwamba umeanza mbio, yule atafika mwanzo, ndiye atachukua. But therein lies the inherent problem, Prof, because simple majority means the one who has the slight majority above that. Take, for example, there are three people. The first one gets 51. The next one gets 48. The third one gets 45. Where is the majority? Is it in the one who won first? So you find that someone has won an election by 30% of the voters, and the majority are outside. What we need to do, Professor, in this country, and Chair, with your respect, we need to relook our electoral system that will discourage ethnic mobilization, because it will bring proportional representation. And under the proportional representation, the best goal would be the party list system, where we vote for parties. It can be the open system or the closed system. You have, in this election, Party X and Party Y. If Party X wins 40%, they get to form government by taking 40% of the seats. In fact, in the closed system, we will have people voting for the party lists plus the party. Meaning that we will participate in forming government at the election time. So we have 40%, ODM has 40%, it takes 40% of government and 40% of cabinet slots. The other one has 30%, it forms 30% of government and this number of cabinet slots. That way, the rush will not be for competition for power each time, because when my man gets, I get. The rush will be which one is the party that has a national representation, not ethno regional representation. Number two, which party is more representative? We are struggling with this issue of gender parity. How do we ensure that our women, the ones you call the marginalized majority, how do we ensure that these women get a chance? We will choose that party which has women, which has PWDs, which have the marginalized. We need a whole lecture for this. But in my view, to reduce the polarization in this country, we need to bite the bullet and amend our electoral system that will provide for a party list system. It is not the silver bullet, but it is a step forward. After all, to improve is to change. To be perfect is to keep changing. Finally, how are we going to resolve the issue of coalitions? Because these coalitions come, they survive only as long as our regional leadership is working. If it's not working, it collapses and waits for next year or the other year. How do we resolve that? We resolve that by working on our electoral system, because then the parties must become stronger. The parties must count for something. If the parties cannot count for something, we will continue to have the IEBC as a boiler room. It cannot be that IEBC is the problem. Chesoni was here, Isaac was here, Kivuit was here, Fula Chebukati, God rest his soul in peace. It cannot be that they were all wrong. It is the system, it is the ecosystem within which we are operating. That might bring us some reprieve. Sorry for taking long.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you have some questions, Prof?
Yes.
Outside your article.
Outside my article. In fact, he used my article to take away the question I wanted to ask him in the high school questions. So I'll change it. Kenya, as a constitutional executive currently of the pure presidential system, which other conventional constitutional executive systems are there that Kenya has already experimented with?
Well, at independence, we had the Prime Minister, Jomo Kenyatta being the head of government.
What was that system?
This
one we have head of state and head of government. We call it the pure presidential system.
Yes, head of state and head of government.
Where you have the prime minister as head of government. That's what system?
That's parliamentary system.
The other one?
A mongrel of two.
Yes. What is it called? The way the French system is?
I basically call it a mixed system.
Okay.
Yes.
My last question is, you've been a teacher.
Yes, sir.
So I'm taking you to geography and landmarks.
Mm-hmm.
Name 2 lakes in the East African region, excluding Lake Victoria, that are shared between 2 or more countries, and which are those countries that share those water mass?
Okay. I think it's Lake Tanganyika. On the other side must be the DRC. I'm not sure about that one. And then there is Lake Nyasa. Nyasa is further south. I think they share with Malawi, if I'm not mistaken. I must confess my geography was not the best.
You are doing well, and it's shared by which country and which country?
Must be Malawi, Zambia.
Would Nyasa also be called Malawi?
Well, because the Malawi basically was Nyasa land.
Thank you, sir.
In history.
Thank you.
Have you asked 2 questions or 1?
The first one was on the...
Okay, yes, the parliamentary and presidential. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Mkwana. We have learned a lot from your responses to the questions put to you. And indeed, Kenyans have also learned, because many of them will be watching this. We want to wish you well. I don't know in a minute whether you have a comment or a question to ask, so that we can proceed and release you.
Well, Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir. I do not have a question. 1,870-something of us applied. I must thank you for allowing me to be among those who appear before you. I thank you for the privilege of your time. Asante.
Thank you very much, and blessings to you. You find a gentleman at the door who has your documents. The notebook and the pen are yours. Feel free to pick them kindly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Asante.
Asante sana. Shukran.
Asante. Thank you. Next candidate is Moses Lemayan Noseli. Welcome, Mr. Noseli. Please have a seat. Thank you. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chairman of this selection panel. Okay, I'll repeat. My name is Nelson Makanda, the chair of this selection panel, and allow me to thank you for applying for the position of member of the Commission of IEBC, for which we advertised. And congratulations for being shortlisted for the same, and for that reason you are here today for the interview. I will invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves, and then after that we will come to you. Madam Linda.
Good morning, Mr. Lemayan.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session.
Thank you.
Bwana Noseli. Have I pronounced right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, karibu. Mimi naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Asante.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning,
My name is Adam Salo, a member of this selection panel.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Noseli.
Good morning.
And karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati, and I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you.
Thank you.
Asante.
So now we come to you, Mr. Noseli, and ask that you introduce yourself, highlight that in your profile which you think is significant for the role you have applied for. Mention if you have any award and if you're a member of any professional society. kindly take about 5 minutes to do this. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and distinguished members of the panel. My name is Moses Lemaya Noseli. I come from Narok County, and I'd like to respond by beginning first with my education, academic qualifications, then professional trainings, and then work experience, and then I'll also talk about what I bring to IEBC. I've worked in the university for 14 years, beginning at Kenyatta University as a tutorial fellow. After that, I got a job at Narok University as an assistant lecturer. Narok University transited to Masai Mara University, and from there I got promoted to be a lecturer. All that time teaching computer science. And then when I was still at the Masai Mara University, I was given the responsibility of being the head of ICT at Masai Mara University. From Masai Mara University, I transited to Huduma Kenya. That's where I currently am as the director of ICT. Just to talk about some bit of achievement that I had at when I began this role of heading ICT at the university. The first time I was given that appointment as the head of ICT Masai Mara University, I began first by looking at the governance documents, the policies, the strategic plans, and I was able to, together with my team, come up with a roadmap on how I'll be able to digitalize the university operations and systems. With that, then, I presented the roadmap to management, and because of issues of finances that I had to think outside the box in how I'll be able to do some of these activities that will automate operations of the university. So through the stakeholders, my stakeholders were students and staff, I was able to identify priorities, things that I needed to do first. I approached Google, and they offered us email for all students and staff for free. And this, I was able to create the first 5,000 emails for students and staff, and train my staff on how to use this facility. They also offered Google storage and Google Meet and all that for free. And for the record, I'm not really marketing the company, but give them credit for what they did. And then we had a problem of connectivity. Students really wanted fast internet. Then I increased the bandwidth to an acceptable bandwidth limit for students to be able to use the facility. And then we had only one computer lab that time. Then I approached international donors, and they were able to donate 400 computers to the university. So we shipped the computers and established 7 labs, 1 general lab for students to do the research, and 4 teaching labs, and 1 computer lab for postgraduate and undergraduate students. And then we had a problem of keeping up with the bandwidth charges. They were quite a strain to the university. So I proposed to introduce a computer fee for to be charged to the students, to be passed to the students. And I was able to defend that in Senate and in Council. So we had a computer fee charged to the students. And therefore, in all the operations that we are doing, we were able to make them sustainable. And because you could see that students really were struggling with queues in different service points, I introduced an ERP that automated all the operations of the university, so that now the students' numbers can be accurate, and also their finances, collection of fees went up. We removed all the queues for students. They could only queue when they're going to the mess to get the food. So when they go to the bank, they pay, it automatically reflects to their portal because we've integrated with the banks. Chair, with that, during the 5th graduation ceremony, I was honored with Chancellor's Award for outstanding contribution to the university. And from there, then, I can talk about professional trainings because I've had about 20 certificates, as you can see from my CV and the documents I've presented. I can just mention a few. I've trained in, I've done SMC, Senior Management course at the Kenya School of Government. I've done Strategic Leadership Program at the Kenya School of Government. And also, I'm a member of the Oracle Academy. And also, I'm an instructor at Cisco Academy. So Cisco Academy, I'm instructor in Cisco Academy for switching, routing, and wireless. That, Chair, I can say is one of the industry standard when it comes to networking. And also, I've presented some papers in academic conferences. I can mention two. One of it is predicting heart diseases using data mining, and that's correlated to AI. And also, I've also presented ICT used for political campaign during my time at the university. Now, when I transited to Huduma Kenya, I see this quite resonates with what IEBC does because at Huduma Kenya we have branches, 58 branches across the country, and we have different agencies, government agencies, congregated in a single premise. Now, what the public don't know is that Huduma Kenya is largely ICT driven. Somebody will say it's a technology organization delivering government services. But basically, the systems that are working at IEBC, at Huduma Kenya are quite complex. We're using cloud technology. And then what that helps is that irrespective of where the staff are working, they're having same experience, such that if you're working from Lodwar, Turkana, or GPO, you're having the same internet connection speed, you're having the same ICT resources, the processors and storage. And so it gives a very standardized experience. So we standardize operations there, and as well as security, because sensitive systems, government systems, secure government systems are actually accessed by the staff who are working at Huduma, and therefore we have to enable security to be quite high. We can talk about running the best security in the world, one of the best securities in the world. Plus we have data centers, and so when the staff at each of these centers connect, they connect to data centers and the servers that are located in the data centers. Now, here, when I joined Huduma Kenya, I was able to do the largest, one of the upgrades since the inception of Huduma Kenya, and also we run a call center, and this call center provide information services to the general public for inquiries. And at the call center, we managed to communicate to the public through various social media platforms, and so we're able to address issues that are of concern that are raised by the members of the public. So, Chair, I'll say that in my experience, I bring ICT skills as well as governance, because I've been able to work on policy documents. When we were at the university and it was being chartered, I was at the secretariat that actually came up with the first policies for the university, about 26 of them. And also leadership, because I've been trained in leadership as well as practice and also management of ICT. Chair, I'll if I get a chance, I'll also tell how I can be able to improve the systems.
Thank you very much. I think you have taken your time. I want to ask Madam Linda to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Lemayan, what professional experiences do you bring to the IEBC?
Thank you for that question. I bring ICT professional skills and experience. I've been licensed as an ICT practitioner by the ICT Authority. And also I have leadership training as well as management training that I've been able to practice over time. And that's what I can respond to that. Thank you very much.
Now, in your work experience and career journey, what experience have you had that has tried and tested your leadership skills? And if there has been, could you lightly share with this panel?
Yes, sure. Thank you. I can be able to share one of these that that I've had. There was this time that we were to operationalize a new center. That sounds a bit of a normal duty. But what made it a bit more extraordinary is the time that we were given to be able to do that task. And our CEO, that's the leadership, looked at who can do this, and I was appointed to chair that process. Now, given the fact that we had very short time to operationalize that facility, meant that I had to coordinate very many activities and work with my colleagues to make it work. So this is to bring the staff from the different government agencies, do the equipping the center with ICT equipment, and making sure that branding is done, and that actually, given the time that the time that was given to us to do this, made it quite a challenge. And there was high-level guests who were coming to do the officiation of that event.
Thank you so much, Lemayan.
Thank you.
I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Madam Caro to ask you some questions. Caro, please.
Thank you, Chair. Moses, let's go to your expertise, technology and ICT in the management of the electoral processes in Kenya. So which, in your understanding, which policies and regulation govern the IBC while it is using technology in the voter registration processes and transmission of the results?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. We have the IEBC Act, and also we have the Electoral Technology Regulation that is used to regulate that. But also the Constitution has chapter Article 86 also directs that. So in particular, in the IBC regulation, election regulation, section 44, it also talks about how the expectation of this technology that's supposed to regulate the operations of voter registration up to the results transmission. And we find that in that process, it heavily relies on technology to be able to conduct these operations. We normally talk about what is really much publicized is about the equipment that are used that are interfaced with the general public, the citizens. But there's also, at the background of it, there is also network connectivity. There is also the data centers, the servers that usually are behind the operations of all those systems.
So the Supreme Court in 2022 presidential petition found or made recommendations to the Commission to make sure that the system that it uses has integrity, is credible, and provide open access for audit of the system and the processes that it undertook. Should you become successful, and given your expertise in ICT, how would you advise the Commission to implement this recommendation of the Supreme Court?
Okay, thank you for that. What I'll say is that during voter registration, we can incorporate other features that will help in the identification of voters, such as facial recognition. We can also have iris and all those features, so that when voters come to be identified, we'll have various mechanisms that can happen. And then once the identification happens, then we have the voting. Here, we can say that when it comes to voting, and increasing transparency in that process, there's provision for electronic voting, but then that can probably be through stakeholder engagement and discussions, see how applicable that can be in the short term or in the long term. When it comes to results transmission, now results transmission happens at the polling center. Now we've seen that it's Form 34A that is normally transmitted to the server that usually is relayed to accessed at Bomas. An improvement on that can be in two ways. We can either decide, through engagement and consultation, we'll see if instead of just having the image being transmitted, we also have text accompanying the image. And it can be either through input by the presiding officer, or an AI image recognition software can be used to pick up the statistics and then transmitted. Why that is important is because it eliminates subsequent errors that can emanate from clerical work during the transmission or the tallying and transmission process. Because when it goes to the constituency, usually what happens, the current setup is that the constituency returning officer is one that checks the image and what is being presented by the presiding officer, and then from there now move that to text, or uses a text application to now generate the statistics. So there's a chance of error happening at that particular point, and also delay. Now, when it happens at the polling station, it can be done for all the election, and then when it goes to the constituency tallying center, verification happens. There's no data entry at that particular point, and then that's the first layer of verification. When it goes to the national tallying center, another verification happens, no data entry, so that we have data entered once at the polling station, but then verified twice subsequently. And with that means then we will reduce the delay in terms of results being arrived at. And also, if we automate the forms, the Form 34A and all the series of the forms, if we automate the B, the C, and D series, then it means they're going to be auto-generated. And therefore, there's not going to be need for somebody to carry the form to the National Tallying Center. And that means we get results within a very short time. Of course, that is based on discussion and stakeholder engagement.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Koki to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Noseli, I want to follow up on that question, but I would like you to go beyond the use of KIMS kit and assume that you have already answered that question. Okay. I would like you to tell this panel and those Kenyans watching you, what other innovative areas, what other innovation in use of technology can be applied in other areas of the electoral cycle? Don't talk about transmission of results, don't talk about registration of voters, and don't talk about use of KIMS kit. Now think innovatively of all the other things that are required activities in the electoral cycle that the IEBC does, that you can innovate if you become a member. And you say how that technology can be used and to bring more integrity and credibility to the election itself, the election process itself, and the outcomes of the elections, including the results.
Okay. Yeah.
That is clear.
Yes, that is clear. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. We can use modern technologies to be able to improve the electoral process even before the elections begin. One of those is to set up a call center that is operated and running throughout the election cycle. A call center will be equipped with social media tools that we can even be able to do affirmative actions for the youth and being able to reach them, and using also social media interactive tools. Now, how this can happen is that when you have a licensed social media application, usually you can even target a particular region, a particular segment of age group of a particular population, and be able to target the message to this particular group of voters. Also, in the use of AI, we can be able to do what is referred to as sentiment analytics. Sentiment analytics is this. We can be able to scan the social media and find out what are people talking about IEBC. Currently, usually, I mean, what I've seen is that happening is that users of social media usually will go page by page and looking for what people are saying. But with this tool that is called sentiment analytics, we can be able to see, even gauge the mood of the population, because it scans all the social media platforms and give you a report on what is out there in the public. And not just a report, because that now gives you the opportunity to respond and tailor your response to be able to improve and address issues that are emanating. Because by the time it boils up, usually it gets to be to a level that is not controllable. So we address issues as they arrive, and also we know we can be able to measure the temperatures of the public in terms of what is happening out there. Another application is the use of CCTV in the constituency tallying center. And then by use of CCTV, we'll be able to view from a central location and even do recording of what is happening at the tallying center, because I think 290 constituencies are not quite many, because this service can be either outsourced to a provider, and then we can be able to monitor the constituency of what is happening at each of the constituency tallying center. And we can also have a portal. This portal will be able to share materials that will be educational and also insightful to the public, just to be able to to know what happens, and also they can respond to, and IEBC can be able to respond to those issues that can be raised through those educated materials that are presented to them, and also with all this, we're able to evaluate the progress of this intervention that we are putting in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nusoli. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite FCP Atanu to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Lamayan, ICT is also very broad. And within ICT, there are various skills, whether it's system analysis, database administration, system design. So from your training, what is your expertise? Which area of ICT expertise are you bringing on board?
Yeah, thank you for that. My training, academic training, I did masters in information system. I specialized in distributed systems at University of Nairobi, Chiromo campus. That means it's an area of networking, and I'm also an instructor of networks, switching, routing, and wireless. My specialization is in ICT networking. But I actually have a broad range of experience.
Okay.
Yes.
So looking at the governance of IEBC, and IEBC has many other systems, be it financial, HR, procurement. So how does these networking skills help in the governance and ensuring that there is efficiency and effectiveness at IEBC?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that question. And I will see that in terms of networking, all the infrastructure distributed across the country in the 47 county are connected through networks. These networks are also, the branches are connected to the data center for them to be able to access resources there. Now, also, when it comes to interconnecting between different systems, so for example, we have the candidate registration management systems. It can be interlinked to the office of the political party, registrar of political party, so that you can be able to fetch data from there. Also, we can have interconnection between the different systems that are there through registration, through tallying, and also through candidate management system. These are consolidation of a network that makes systems to work together. At the back of it is to enable security, because connection happens out in the public and trusted network. So from the field, from different stations, they have to pass through public networks. And these, we consider them to be untrusted network. And so we have to ensure that you have proper security through connection so that results are not intercepted as they're being transmitted, and they're able to talk to each other. These equipments are able to talk to each other.
From your analysis of 2022, and you do remember we kept on watching TV, and we were being shown the screens at Bomas, and at some point they stopped transmitting. So how different will you be if given an opportunity as a commissioner with ICT background?
Yeah, thank you for that. We'll make an improvement in reducing the delay in the production of results, right from the polling stations to eventual.
First of all, what was the cause, or what were the reasons behind,
okay,
and how will you address those reasons?
All right, I can answer it this way. When you have human intervention along the processes of, along the work process, human intervention introduces delays, it introduces doubt, as to what is happening. And therefore, if we eliminate human intervention along the transmission process, we'll reduce the delay. Now, I gave a scenario in which at the polling station, text data is transmitted along with a form. Now, text data can be used for computation. And that means when the presiding officer is taking the ballot box to the constituency, validation is done, no data entry, so time saving is done there. So a lot of clerical work is reduced, and also a possibility of errors. And then also at the National Tallying Center, the same happens. Results are already aggregated because the system can compute, can aggregate. It's just an addition of results. You can be able to see by the time of close of the polling station and the transmission, we'll be able to know the results instantly within a very short time. And as to what you asked, I think the delay was caused by the manual transfer of what is on the hard copy into the soft copy, all right? And digitalization, one of those processes of digitalization is automation, which is converting a hard copy record into electronic format for easier processing and handling, and also reduction of errors in that process.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Ms. Hati to ask you some questions. Evans, Ms. Hati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Moses, I take you to artificial intelligence, and please mention some of the negatives that AI can do in the electoral processes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. A lot of information out there is necessarily not true. In fact, there's a lot of disinformation that is out there in the internet. So artificial intelligence, in the application of artificial intelligence, we have what is referred to as large language models that is used these days for ChatGPT, and also Google, they have their own. Now, ChatGPT uses AI to give you results of queries that you give to it. Now, the authentication of those results is what can come to doubt. You can get unauthenticated information from the use of this technology, and also to counter that, to be able to have accurate information, is that you reduce the knowledge domain to what is really authentic source of information. And therefore, when you build, for example, a chatbot for IEBC, you will not want it to go into the internet and search for information. It might get wrong information. What you do is reduce the scope of knowledge of the knowledge domain so that it gets only authentic data from what is fed into it, because whatever you give is whatever you get from it.
So the specific negative effects to the public,
okay.
Maybe mention a few so that Kenyans who are watching will be aware that if you are a commissioner of IEBC, you are able to detect and alert such situations.
One of these negative effects that you get from AI is misinformation or disinformation. We find that a narrative or can be driven towards negativity in what is happening, and therefore this issue of getting
sorry, yes. I want to rephrase my question.
Okay.
During campaign, you are an IEBC commissioner.
Yes.
And some social media campaigns are against other candidates. So as IEBC, what information, using your knowledge, can you use to ensure that that does not happen? Or if it happens, IEBC is able to communicate and avert such.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that question. Social media has opened up the democratic space of what citizens can post out there. and sometimes even without ability to be traced. Of course, they feel that that can happen. We can use technological tools that can be able to detect such kind of information. And when you get that kind of information, we can be able to, through security agencies, to address it, so that we don't have information that is not credible being out there. And so we can only have, we can address that issue in that way. Thank you.
As last question, how can we use AI in a positive way to enhance the IEBC work?
Yeah, thank you for that. We can use AI in several ways. One of those is the data that is collected, historical data is collected. We can use AI to be able to tell us, to get us insights, the meaning of, even to be able to do predictions in terms of what needs to be done. Now, I'll give you a practical example. We can use AI to be able to integrate it with Google Maps, so that even citizens, before they go to vote, they can see that there's a queue, so they don't have to go. They wait for the queue to finish, and then they can go. And also to tell them about, we can use also AI to tell us about predictions into what we expect in terms of issues around the elections.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Misati. We ask Fatuma to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Lamayan, following the 2022 presidential election petition, the Supreme Court emphasized on the need for greater observer access and enhanced voter education. How would you strengthen the IEBC engagement with the election observers and the public to promote transparency and reduce procedural errors?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. Observers, they play a critical role in election process because they are the third eye. Their presence usually can deter malpractices during the election process, voting process. Observers, first they need to be accredited, and also they need to be given, apart from accreditation, they also need to be given the scope of work and also sign. They also need to have agreed parameters in which they can be able to work with. And therefore, issues of voter education should be enhanced. No, voter education should be continuous in all the election process, because voter education will help the citizens when they're going to vote to do it correctly, and also voter education is quite important because it's supposed to be actually quite continuous. Thank you.
Apart from, I mean, in the process of enhancing voter education, what are some of the things you would consider?
Yeah, thank you. I will consider the use of technology in voter education because this will enable the use to reach a critical mass of our voting population. This is the youth, because we know 40% of our voters are youth. In using of modern technology, we can be able to do social media campaigns. These are affirmative action to be able to reach these special interest groups. And apart from just social media, we can be able to enhance outreach through community programs. And in situations whereby you find that there are areas where they are far to reach, We can start outreach programs through maybe the GAO, the national government officers, to be able to reach to the areas where they're not accessible or they're not having access to these modern social media tools or technological tools. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I ask Nicodemus Bore to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lemayan. As noted from your CV, you have very vast knowledge on ICT matters. And technology has been one of the key factors in every election in this country since around 2013. Now, with that in mind, the costs incurred, one of the costs, the factors that drive costs in IEBC is technology. Using your experience, how would you help IEBC in reducing the high costs incurred by maybe the ICT department of IEBC?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. We realized that technology comes with cost. And one of those things that we'll want to avoid is to have failure of technology at the polling, during the polling day. And therefore it is important to have systems that are working. What I can say is that the bull's eye to election credibility is technology. If we get it right, and I think we'll have done the country a good service. In terms of reducing the cost, is that we see what we can be able to use or reuse. We can do an audit, because I know the election technology regulation requires that assessment is done on the technology, so that we see how they are able to be used or reused. Those that are not able to be used, they are replaced, and a new one are gotten. But you know, the biggest expenditure in election necessarily it's not technology. It's actually, it goes to the PE. What is paid to staff who are going to conduct the election. And one of the ways you can address this, which was actually recommended, was one of those recommendations that was not taken care of, is to reduce the number of polling stations where we find that the voter turnout is not high. So instead of having 700 per polling station, we can increase that number so that we have fewer staff, election staff, out there. And also that means we're going to reduce on the kits that are going to be used and the technology that will be used during the elections.
So you think that technology is not one of the cost-driving factors at IEBC?
I would say technology forms a component of it, and we tend to want to address trust issues with technology. And I think if we are able to justify the use of this technology, then I think it's a price to pay for the country to be able to get a credible election.
Thank you, Lemayan, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Professor Adam to ask you a question, please.
Lemayan Noseli, I'm just looking at your work experience. Has been working at the Direct ICT at the Ministry of Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management. Has been working at Uduma, Information and Communication Technology. Has served at Masai Mara University, head of ICT, assistant lecturer. Have you ever consulted or worked with IEBC?
Yes, Prof. I have. I've worked as a presiding officer at a polling station in Narok East called Naropa Ogila Primary School. I have that.
You didn't think it's important for us to know that?
Sorry, skip my mind.
You have, in answer to question by the panelists, you have answered in nearly graphic details what the problem is, whether it's image, whether it's text, whether it's human intervention. How did you get to know that?
I've been following elections and voting over time, and these things we get it all through the social media. Through the it's in the public domain, and also at the IEBC they have a lot of documentation on all this. We're going to do my research.
They have documentations.
They have documentations. Most of this documentation says they do have.
Have they ever involved you in their audit?
No.
Have you seen their post-election audit for 2022?
Yes, I have.
Are these issues you're saying there?
Some of them are not there.
Does it surprise you that they are not there?
You know, the law states that we have continuous improvement.
I'm not talking about the law.
Yes.
I'm talking of what you have said here in terms of what needs to be improved. And IEBC does an audit in order to improve its processes. Does it surprise you that the things you have said here is not in that audit?
No, it's not surprising to me.
It doesn't surprise you?
Yes, Prof.
Why you, if you were to be a commissioner and you did an audit and you didn't include the things you have told us, would it surprise you? Or would you be shocked at yourself that what you are ready to tell the public that is the problem that should be improved is not in your own audit?
Well, Prof, yeah, it will be.
What would you do different if you were to be a commissioner on all those issues that you have explained to us?
Okay, Chair, I'll present it as proposals to be able to improve the electoral process and also the integrity of the election. I'll put it to, if I happen to be one of the commissioners, then I'll front it as proposal, and of course also involve the stakeholders in arriving at some of these decisions, because you cannot unilaterally just come up with issues that are not debated and agreed upon with the rest of the commissioners.
My last question is, you are a commissioner and a powerful politician approaches you to favor him in the delimitation of boundaries. What will be Lemayan's reaction?
Yeah, thank you for that. I will, as you know, IEBC, you said, is independent, but this independent is like a bird in a cage. The independent is confined to the law. Therefore, I'll stick to the law in executing the mandate that needs to be executed. And over above that, I have character, I have competence and courage to be able to withstand that kind of pressure.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Prof to ask the last two questions, please.
In Lemayan, we usually ask high school questions. We try as much to try and balance between what is generally your area and the rest. So my first question, you being an IT within the communication arena, who is the current chairperson of the Communication Authority of Kenya, and when was that individual appointed?
When he was appointed?
First, who is it? And when did they take office?
Yeah, Andrew. Andrew. Can't remember the other name. In 2024.
My second question is in the area of history and politics. Which two African nations fought in the 1977 Ogaden War?
Ghana and Congo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bwana Noseli. We've learned a lot from your engagement, particularly on the subject area of ICT. I'm gratified with your final comments of you having character, courage, and competence. Do you have any other comment to make?
Chair, I want to thank the selection panel for shortlisting me and inviting me for this interview. I'm very grateful for that, and I wish you the best as you continue the rest of the interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to the end of our interview. The notebook and the pen are yours. You can also use the water. There's a gentleman who give you your certificates as you exit. Blessings to you and wish you well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Asante. Do you need a break? Okay, fine. A break it is. We'll be back at 11:10. So media, please just allow us some quick 10 minutes. We finish up and then we can take the break. Thank you, please. Let's go.
What happened to my glasses? Can we get some glasses?
Wataleta. Where are the certificates? Okay, they are here. Okay. Yes, hata sijakwambia mlete bado. Sasa. Welcome, Mr. Ibrahim. Please have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chairman for this selection panel. And on the onset, allow me to thank you.
Thank you very much.
For showing interest in the advertised position of a member of IEBC Commission, which we advertised on behalf of Kenyans. And allow me to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And that's why you're here. And I noticed that you came with members of the gallery. We also welcome them to follow the proceedings. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves, and then we'll come to you. Linda, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
My name is Linda Kiome. I take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session.
Thank you very much.
Bwana Ibrahim.
Yes.
Habari ya asubuhi.
Salama.
Karibu.
Asante.
Mimi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi.
Asante Bwana Tanui.
Karibu.
Ibrahim, Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Asante.
Good morning, Bwana Mustafa.
Good morning to you, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, and karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim.
Good morning to you, Balosi.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mustafa.
Good morning to you, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Asante.
Okay, Mustafa, we want to come to you and ask that you introduce yourself, highlight your profile, and those things that you think are significant for us to know in relation to the position that you have applied for. Let us know if you have any award or honor that has been given to you, and if you belong to any profession or society or group. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much.
You have a pen and a notebook?
Yes.
For your use. Thank you.
Asante. Thank you very much. I am Mustafa Muhammad Ibrahim. I'm a Kenyan national. I, of course, applied for this position having worked in the public service for 18 years. I joined the public service as a third secretary cadet in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I have gone through the ranks and left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a minister councillor in 2022, after which I moved to the Public Service Commission on secondment, where I'm deployed as the Deputy Director of Research in the Office of the Chairperson. In my academic journey, I actually hold a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Nairobi and a Master's of Contemporary Diplomacy from Malta University, where I actually graduated with a distinction. I'm also a holder of a Master of Science in Security Sector Management from Cranfield University. At Cranfield, actually, I went to Cranfield under scholarship from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office of the United Kingdom. Cranfield University is it actually hosts the Defense and Security College of the Royal Defense Forces. It is the college where the Royal Defense Forces trains its senior officers for leadership positions. At Cranfield, I wrote the best thesis and I was awarded with a thesis prize. I have also trained in management and diplomacy. Specifically, I actually hold a certificate in strategic leadership development and senior management course. I've also been trained as in public diplomacy at Diplo Foundation in Malta. And I've also, of course, received training at the UNITA and at the Egyptian Institute for Diplomatic Studies. In my career, I have served as a head of chancery, which is the administrative head of a Kenya mission abroad. I've also served as a deputy head of mission, and at some point I also served as an acting head of mission. I've been privileged to serve in our missions abroad, Kenya Embassy, Libya, where I helped evacuate Kenyan nationals at a very difficult time. I think in Libya I worked under very difficult circumstances and heavy pressure, which I think makes me prepared for the kind of pressures to expect at IBC. At Kenya Embassy in Paris, I've at some different times served as a head of chancery and deputy head of mission, where I was exposed to issues of leadership and management. And also now at the Public Service Commission, I've gotten useful insights in the workings of a constitutional commission like IBC, and being in the office of the chairperson, I've also gotten insights in the workings of a commission board. So I think I have been awarded things. So I've been commended several times by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for distinguished service. Specifically for my work in Libya, I was awarded a letter of commendation by the ministry and also by a non-government organization that goes by the name HAT. So I think I don't have any national honors yet, but I believe in future I should get one. I think in terms of skills, I have diplomatic skills that will be very useful in bridging differences and building relationships. I have been exposed to dispute resolution. At some point, I was attached to IGAD, specifically the special mission to Somalia, where I got experience in mediating conflicts and in resolving disputes. At the Public Service Commission, of course, also got an experience in human resource management, which I think is also a critical function for the IBC. I think I would say that much for now.
Excellent, thank you. I want to invite Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ibrahim, let me take this opportunity first to commend you for the work that you did in Libya in such dangerous circumstances. Even though you've not gotten a national award,
yes,
may you feel recognized this morning. And now that you have had such a great experience, you have experience in national security, intelligence. I've seen your trainings under the National Intelligence Security, and your master's is also in terms of security management. What experience do you intend to bring to the IEBC in the event that you're taken up as a commissioner?
Well, the training at Cranfield University at the Royal Defence College, I think has prepared me. It is actually a premier leadership training school for Royal Defence Forces. And I think I've acquired both academic and also I've gotten experience in leading a Kenya mission abroad. Of course, the experience of security sector management, I think there are two dimensions to it. It's a blend of both security studies and management. So security studies actually now speaks to the skills required, for instance, in dispute resolution. It's a critical function. And then also on management, which actually, of course, I mean, the course is about leadership. Because I think because, you know, it is a course that is actually mostly offered to officers in the rank of colonel and comparable positions in other security sector related institutions. I came in from Foreign Affairs, which is also, I think, treated as a security sector organization. So I bring on board leadership, conflict resolution and dispute resolution, and developing of relationships. So some of actually the courses I've attended like on public diplomacy, is about outreach to stakeholders. I have experience of working in missions where I actually cultivated relationships with stakeholders, including the diaspora and non-state actors, including non-government organizations like the one that awarded me, and also governments. Yeah. Of course, also civil society institutions, because I think now the practice of diplomacy is no longer limited to government executives. Yes.
Thank you very much. Chair, I would have asked him to express a difficult situation, but already he has done so
Yes.
during his work in Libya. So I will not belabor. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Madam Linda.
Thank
but
you,
just
Chair.
to add, in my time in Libya, one of the people we helped evacuate ended up serving as a commissioner in the IBC, and later on also as a deputy head of mission. I think, of course, that is one of the many, maybe a notable individual, but our evacuation also covered even nationals from outside Kenya. So it's a high-pressure environment. I think maybe not in the context that commissioners of the IBC will experience. I suppose that is, nothing can get as bad as what we experienced in Libya. Thank you very much for recognizing that.
Thank you so
Thank
much. I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Just allow me to ask you a question in relation
Yes,
to that. What do you think is the significance
Yes.
of this role that you have applied for in terms of national security, in view of what you saw in Libya?
Well, my experience in Libya, both pre-conflict and also post-conflict, tells me the centrality of elections in ensuring stability of a country. Some of the reasons why Libya went the direction it went in 2011 is because of lack of elections in the country, which is an attribute of a democracy. Elections, of course, help people exercise their democratic right to choosing their leaders, helps them get involved in public life. And in Libya, that caused a problem. Of course, after the conflict, elections were held. But the elections, of course, did not lead to the desired stability because they were not done, I think, in a timely fashion. And then institutions conducting the elections were also not strong enough to guarantee free and fair elections, which is a necessary attribute for democracy and also peace and security. So elections can directly contribute to insecurity if not handled well. And I think from my experience in diplomacy and security sector, I'll bring experiences and competencies that will support the realization of a stable nation.
Election as a security issue.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
It is.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome Carol to be able to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ibrahim, Article 38 of the Constitution grants every citizen the right to be registered as a voter. However, there are instances that the law has permitted the suspension of voter registration. Could you please explain to us what are those circumstances?
The first one is when elections are due, general elections or by-election, general elections first, 60 days before the date of the elections, registration is suspended. Number two, for by-elections, registration is suspended from the date of the declaration of the date of the by-election until after the elections. And then for referendum, when the referendum questions are declared, then it is suspended. And then fourthly, when there is an ongoing petition, then also registration is suspended, so as not to interfere with the register and the correct expression of the people who participated in the elections. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Madam Koki to ask some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Ibrahim,
Yes, Balozi.
IEBC already has electoral disputes efficiently and impartially. And also we have Election Offences Act, and we have the Electoral Code of Conduct. But we see during every election, or even the election year, campaigns start way before the campaign period is declared, and they continue until the election day. We also see a lot of other disputes that occur during the campaign, the nomination, and even the election time. And it seems like it is almost not understandable why these laws and the structures we have in place do not seem to deter these offenses and these actions. Should you be nominated as a member of IEBC, what practical steps and measures would you recommend to your colleagues and put in place that will actually, for once, deter these violations and breaches of Election Offences Act and violations of the Electoral Code of Conduct,
Yes.
which candidates sign to during elections? There are many, but
Yes.
just name four steps or 4 measures.
Okay. Well, thank you, Balozi. I think the first one is actually strict enforcement of the provisions of the Elections Act regarding, what parties actually need to do in terms of actually ensuring free and fair nominations. Number 2 is actually having strict timelines within which these disputes are resolved. And then thirdly is for political parties to publicly share the nomination rules governing the process. Fourthly is about actually stakeholder engagement with political parties, for the IBC actually to involve them on the need to ensure implementation of the Elections Act and the Code of Regulations. But having said this, Balozi, there are recommendations from the NATCO report that this function is best handled by the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Given the position of the IBC as a neutral arbiter, if the Commission comes in to resolve disputes between a candidate and a political party, and then the same person actually probably feels aggrieved and then escalates the matter to the court, the IBC will be put in a very difficult situation where it will have to defend its position and thereby taking sides in the conflict. So the NATCO report recommends that this function be given to the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal through enactment of legislation. And of course, change of the Constitution also, because I think it's a function under Article 880. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite FCPA to ask you a question, please.
Bwana Mustafa.
Yes.
I could see you are having a very good career at Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
So what was the drive to go to Public Service Commission? Was it on your own initiative, or how did it happen?
Well, the Public Service Commission is my employer. And when I was actually requested to join the Public Service Commission, I took it as an instruction.
Who requested?
It is the Commission.
The PSC?
Yes.
Requested that
that I actually moved there on secondment. I had worked with the chairperson of the Public Service Commission.
Okay.
So, I mean, having worked with him before, he requested that I come and join him. Probably, maybe because of what he admired about me, I believe.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
Now, you've told us you work in the office of the chairperson of the PSC. At the IEBC,
yes,
there is also the office of the chairperson.
Yes.
And also the role of other commissioners. So under the second schedule of the IEBC Act, there are provisions on how to conduct the business and the affairs of the commission. It has clearly stipulated how the affairs of the commission should be undertaken. And commission here, I'm defining it as chairperson and the commissioners, yeah, in terms of their meetings. So kindly elaborate to us what the procedure or how business conducted at the commission, IEBC in this case.
Yes. Well, the IEBC Commission, and allow me to use the term board. I know actually there is no clarity on the use of the word commission or commission board or IEBC, but I think in the practice of the Public Service Commission is that the commissioners collectively are described as the board, and it's the board versus the secretariat, but the collectivity forms the PSC. I know there is no clarity in the usage of these in the context of IEBC, but decisions, of course, the commission board has the responsibility over, one, policy formulation, strategic direction, and oversight, while the secretariat is responsible for the day-to-day management of the activities.
That one is okay. I want in that boardroom,
yes,
when they are having their meetings, how it has been provided how meetings should be conducted.
Yes, I think there is a provision on quorum.
Which is how many?
The quorum is 5, but the absence of a commissioner that will not actually necessitate, I mean, that there is no quorum. Then secondly, it is about the manner of decision making. Consensus is encouraged, but if that is not achieved, then voting is actually conducted. Then there's also provision for dispute resolution. The other thing is about, the secretariat keeping proper records of all the deliberations and the decisions made, and dissemination of the same to the concerned entities, be it, of course, the stakeholders or even the members of the secretariat. The other one is that the chair chairs meetings and the CEO is the secretary. Yes.
Frequency of meetings?
Frequency once a month, or as and when needed, of course with proper notice, and with the concurrence of the members.
How do you handle conflict of interest in the meetings?
Conflict of interest, if there is first of all, you declare according to Article 73 on principles of leadership and integrity. And you also don't take part in the deliberations and in the voting. That's how you handle it. Of course, and also you register.
Thank you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Misati to ask you some questions. Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mustafa, I want to take you back to the boundary delimitation, which is the role of IEBC. And at the review of the boundary delimitation in 2012, there are some constituencies which were affected, and they were now called protected constituencies. If you are a commissioner in IEBC and you have to make some decisions, and the Isiolo South is one of them, and you find that it's still being affected, what could you do, and you're a commissioner?
Well, I actually am a voter in Isiolo South constituency. So maybe just for declaration of interest, as Bwana Tanui actually, of course, alluded to. One is, of course, I will declare that I may have interest as a voter in that constituency. But most importantly, I will be guided by the law and the constitution. Of course, and here there is also the Article 10 that speaks to the values, national values and principles of governance, and the Article 232 on values and principles of public service, which one require that actually remain impartial. And then there's also the article on principles of leadership, that in decision making, I should remain objective and impartial. Then we will involve the people. The people will ventilate, of course, their grievances and aspirations. And if there's need for me not to recuse myself, I will recuse. Of course, maybe adding to the question lined by Bwana Tanui, there may be established procedures for recusal. But on the question of Isiolo South, I think there is also the principle of community interest and geographical whatever, which I mean, there are issues that are not for me to decide, but which actually, of course, will be ventilated by the people, and then the rest of the commissioners can make a decision on. I don't have to actually personally get involved.
Let us be very honest. The boundary delimitation is a very emotive issue.
Yes.
The fact that you come from that same region, you want to tell me the expectations of the people of Isiolo,
yes,
as much you cannot run away from it.
Yes.
Let us face the facts.
Yes.
But do you agree with me that it would be a challenge when you're a commissioner when such issues are being addressed? So how will you address those issues? We don't really call it a conflict of interest, but something that touches on your people, and you have to make an informed decision. You know, it's a very emotive issue.
It is.
You cannot run away from it.
No doubt.
Because the moment you run away with it,
yes,
expectation of the people where you come from will be like, kijana yetu wako.
Yes.
So they'll be expecting, they have a legitimate expectation.
That's right.
So how will you address it?
Well, I think actually I'll stick to the law. You see, the best I can do is, like I have a responsibility to, of course, engage, civic engagement with the people. And that's a responsibility I have not only to the people of Isiolo South, but the rest of Kenya. Engage stakeholders, tell them about, of course, the provisions of the law and the constitution, and then they can actually transact it, I mean, prosecute their case themselves without necessarily having me be the advocate. And I think my responsibilities stop there. Of course, I'll be transparent and candid with my people, tell them about the limits of what I can do without them necessarily putting undue pressure on me. I think it's something I can handle, and my people will understand.
Thanks so much. So from where you sit and the timelines before the general election next 2027,
yes,
are you seeing a possibility of us doing boundary delimitation from where you sit?
Well, the Constitution, I think, has put in timelines that the review should be done between 8 to 12 years of the last review, which in this case has lapsed in March last year. So we are outside the constitutional timelines. Number two, there's also the question of actually having to conclude the boundaries review 1 year ahead of elections for it to be implemented in the next elections, I mean. Now, the timeline for that is still open, but then the question on the timelines has not been concluded. I understand that the CEO of the IEBC has written to the Supreme Court seeking constitutional advisory on whether the timelines can be extended. The NATCO report has also, I think, dwelt on that by recommending legislation to expand the timelines. I think this is a matter that the Commission may not be in a position to conclude without first the Supreme Court or Parliament. And I think it's also not very clear whose responsibility it will be to extend the timelines. Is it the people, is it Parliament, or is it the Supreme Court? Because this is something that is in the Constitution. Having said that, then there is also the issue of, if that is actually taken out of the way, there is, the Constitution presupposes the need for extensive stakeholder engagement. There are 290 constituencies. If you allocate 1 day per constituency, you will spend 290 days, working days for that matter, between now and say, maybe that, if you look at the number of days, that will go to maybe towards end of next year, and by which time, the timeline for its implementation before 2027 will have lapsed. So maybe these are all the things that we can put into consideration, and let's see how it goes.
Thanks so much, yes. And I wish you luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mustafa, please tell the panel, if you get appointed, how would you operationalize the IEBC engagement with the diaspora and the special interest groups using policy and structural framework?
I think for the diaspora, maybe just to say that I was privileged to be in the Kenya mission in Paris when voter registration and even election for the diaspora was done in Europe, in Berlin. Some of the issues that came out of my experience in Paris is that we need first to establish a working framework with the diaspora, maybe establishing contacts with the diaspora associations. In France, for instance, we had the Kenya in France Umbrella Association, which I think would be very critical in this regard. And then there is also need for having help desks in the embassies and Kenya missions abroad. But then most importantly, also have units and directorates that are dedicated to the work of encouraging, the realization of the progressive rights of the diaspora to vote. Then, because, and this is something I think KRA has done very well, they engage the diaspora on social media platforms like Space, have discussions on what they exactly need. Because my experience in France, for instance, tells me that the diaspora is more concerned with having a representative in parliament than actually just exercising their right to vote. Of course, without underplaying the importance of civic participation and voting, I think it is important that we also incentivize the diaspora to come out and vote by giving them, for instance, representatives in parliament. Then civic education, voter education, civic engagement with the diaspora. I think these are some of the issues that will inform my strategy towards involving the diaspora.
Thank you so much, and I wish you well.
Asante sana.
To you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus Pore to ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mustafa.
Yes, please.
Having worked at the Public Service Commission and as a researcher, yes. I think Deputy Director Research.
Yes.
What is the place of research in IEBC, and will it support the decision making?
Yeah, it will. I hope you're done, sir.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Very good. Research will inform policy. And of course, that will make implementation of informed decisions for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Like, for instance, we need to actually do research in what effective methods we can employ in deploying technology that will be cheap, because I think there's also the issue of cost that we are grappling with. But then most importantly also research into new ways of doing things by employing new technologies such as AI, blockchain, and others. Then, of course, research is important in also bringing out issues that affected our elections in the past. Of course, the time it was annulled in 2017 and also in 2022. What did we do right? Where do we need to improve on? And of course, in also bringing on board best practices from across the world. These are things, of course, that I think a department, if there's none in the IBC, then there's need for its creation, establishment, that a department of research can do, and what research can do for the organization.
Kenyans don't really consume research findings.
Yes.
The only thing that most of us consume are the presidential research polls.
Yes.
Where we know this person is winning, this person is losing.
Yes.
That's where Kenyans really do consume. How will you entrench the use of research findings in IEBC to help run the electoral body?
Number one is, I think, establish a fully fledged department of research and data analytics that will institutionalize research in the organization. Number two is actually connecting research to decision making and policy implementation. The number three is engaging stakeholders on the need for them to onboard the research that is either commissioned by IBC or development partners in implementation of their programs and activities. But then most importantly, we need change management. I mean, it's about an organizational culture that can be engendered by the new leadership in the chairperson and the commissioners to reset mindsets in accepting to use research and data analytics in our day-to-day activities.
Thank you, Mustafa, and all the best.
Asante sana.
Mustafa, you made a proposal about representation of diaspora voters.
Yes.
In what form will that be?
Well, this can be, without, of course, changing a lot of laws and the constitution, they can be first accommodated in nomination in parliament and also in the county assemblies. This is probably the first, pressing upon political parties or encouraging them to give a quota for the diaspora. But then the second option will be more, I think, profound and long-lasting, is a change in law reserving seats for the diaspora in our parliament and also in the county assemblies. These, of course, will necessitate a change in the laws, though. I think those are the two options available. And probably maybe, yeah, well, I think so. It can be done.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Adams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mustafa Mohamed Ibrahim.
Yes, sir.
I must say I was intrigued, just like FCPA Tanui, when I looked at your career path.
Yes, sir.
And then all of a sudden I see you have gone to PSC.
Yes.
So when you answered him that it was on request from your former boss, I believe,
yes,
or colleague, I even got more intrigued. And it left me wondering, when Mustafa is now applying for IEBC commissioner, is it that the tenure of his former boss is ending, or is it that Mustafa now wants to be a commissioner? Which is which? Because, and I ask this based on the knowledge that most career diplomats, since I have done my studies on foreign affairs,
yes,
most career diplomats have been feeling slighted, that they go the career path. Then when it comes to appointing of ambassadors, irrespective of which regime, either a former retired general or a politician who lost elections gets appointed, and yet them they have been doing that their careers. So that's why I'm intrigued by this shift. Maybe you can explain to me, I know you did on the part of SP Tanui.
Yes.
But what informs this another twist to want to be a commissioner?
Well, I think it's a legitimate aspiration for every one of us to want to rise to the top.
Yes.
And for me, that is actually the motivation. But then also, I mean, just for the records, the term of the chair of the Public Service Commission is yet to lapse. He actually is almost like midway in his tenure. Number three is actually, of course, like I mentioned in response to a panelist Kiome's question, is I have been out there, worked in a country where elections was alien, and also worked in a place where, I mean, a mature democracy, where elections actually are free and fair, and contestations over it are limited. I, of course, have learned a lot, and I think there are lessons that I can actually infuse in the workings and operations of IEBC. I mean, in France, for instance, there is the commission, of course, I mean, the electoral management body is the Interior Ministry. I don't think that would be a practice I would want to borrow here, I mean, import here. But then, what is intriguing for me is that the election officials are not paid. These are volunteers.
Okay.
And, you know, I mean, electoral financing is a little bit tight, though not perfect. Then there is also the issue of deployment of technology. And then also, most importantly, from my experience in Libya, Somalia, and the rest of the Horn of Africa, I've seen the centrality of elections in the continued stability of a country. And I think these are maybe competencies and skills that I can bring on board, which of course will benefit myself first before everybody else, but it's good for the country. And as a diplomat, I've been trained to be a patriot first. And this is, of course, just a continuation of my patriotism and duty to country.
Well spoken, like a diplomat.
Thank you very much.
I didn't expect less. Now, according to the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, how should leadership in constitutional commissions such as the IEBC differ from management roles? Basically, how will you adapt? You've been in management roles.
Yes.
And constitutional commissions
Yes.
are a different ball game.
That's right. Well, first, of course, I borrow from what the laws have actually assigned the commission board. That's oversight, policy formulation, and strategic direction. Now, when the commission, for instance, sits to make a policy or formulates a policy, it is the work of the Secretariat to implement. Like, for instance, the commission make decisions on what type of technology, of course, with the advice of the Secretariat and other stakeholders, the type of technology to deploy. It is the work of the Secretariat to procure, for instance, for that technology, ensure that specifications are there too. And while, of course, for instance, now in the management of elections and transmission of results and declaration, the commission, like the chairperson, is responsible for declaring the results. But it is the work of the Secretariat to put the necessary infrastructure in place and also manage election officials, of course, accredit observers, accredit agents and all that. So the work is shared, and there is need for proper delineation of responsibilities to ensure there is no conflict.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mustafa, did you say you belong to any professional group?
Well, I don't, sir.
You don't? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Prof, your last questions, please.
Mustafa, we usually have what you can call the general questions, and we first start from your area of expertise.
Yes.
Your long service in the Foreign Affairs Ministry. So I want to ask you a question there that goes into the evolution of the Foreign Affairs Ministry.
Yes.
The Foreign Affairs, what would finally become the Foreign Affairs Ministry used to be called External Affairs. Which office was it housed in, or in which office was it a department, and in which year did it become a fully fledged ministry on its own?
Well, the Department of Foreign Affairs was under the Office of the President. I am not very sure about when it became a fully fledged
Very well.
ministry, but I know actually our first embassies were open in 1965, so maybe around
90?
there I was just ahead.
90?
64.
Okay. I don't know whether you're a football fan, but let me try.
Yes.
In which country will the AFCON 2025, that is the African Cup of Nations football tournament, be held this year?
2025. Morocco.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mustafa. We have enjoyed listening to you, and the engagement quite robust, and we're grateful. Do you have any comment or any question? In a minute, kindly.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I wish to thank you for this opportunity. First, for shortlisting me, and then for, of course, treating me so kindly. I actually see the questions that you have posed as a learning opportunity for me. And since this interview is published, is publicly televised, and I hope actually it's also a learning experience for the rest of Kenyans. I may not have gotten all the questions right, but I believe it is something that where I've fallen short, I will just go and read. It doesn't matter whether I get the job or not. It is good for me to learn the workings of the IBC, part of my civic duty. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to a favorable outcome. I wish you well in the work, in the remainder of the interviews you're going to conduct. Kenyans are looking up to you. Even as we talk about integrity, I think it is important that, and Kenyans have actually, on several occasions pronounced themselves on this. It is important that the appointment of commissioners, of course, is done above board. The selection panel here, of course, represents the same. I know none of you is affiliated to government. You are going to do a good job. For me, it's just a vote of thanks and confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and blessings to you. Thank you, members of the gallery, for coming to support your colleague, friend, or whatever brother. Please pick your notebook and pen and even water. Your certificates are at the door with the lady who escorted you in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The next one is Mwanamisi Ali Libondo. Do you have her documents, madam? Bring them over, please. Let her come in, kindly. Morning, karibu sana mwanamisi. Keti tafadhali. Allow me to thank you for making it for this interview this afternoon. Yes, this afternoon. And to also thank you for applying for the position and the role of a commissioner, the IEBC member of the commission. And congratulations for being shortlisted.
Thank you.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. Feel free, you have a pen and a notebook for your use, and water if you so wish at whatever point. I want to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves to you, then after that we will come over to you. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mwanamisi.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Mwanamisi.
Naam.
Habari ya dhuhuri.
Nzuri sana.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi na karibu.
Asante.
Mwanamisi,
Yes.
hujambo?
Sijambo.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Adams.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore na karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Fatma.
My name is Fatma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mwanamisi Libondo.
Good afternoon.
Na karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mwanamisi.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you so
Karibu
much.
sana.
Asante.
Now, Mwanamisi will come to you and ask that you highlight your profile, indicating those things that you deem are necessary for us to know, but also relevant to the role that you have applied for at the IEBC. Let us know if you belong to any professional group and if you have received any award. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you so much, distinguished panel, for the warm welcome. My name is Mwanamisi Ali Libondo from Kwale. I am a finance person by training. I am an educator and a mentor with various groups. I have a lot of interest in risk management,
My academic background includes a master's degree in finance from the University of Nairobi, and I did my bachelor's at Maseno University. That's finance with information technology. Right now, I'm doing my doctorate in finance also at the University of Nairobi, and I'm now doing my independent study paper. That's the literature review that you do before you start the thesis. I'm a member of the Institute of Internal Auditors. Like I've mentioned, I have a lot of interest in risk management, and that's why I registered for membership there to learn more about audit and risk management. I'm a member of the Audit Committee for Kwale County Government and also Kilifi County Government. Basically, audit committees provide independent assessment on the performance of top management, on the quality of risk management, on financial reporting, the accuracy and completeness of financial reports, on financial management, and also ensuring that county governments have a strong working internal audit departments. I've lectured at Pwani University. Like I've mentioned, I'm an educator, and I've been lecturing part-time. Every time they need me, I go there and lecture. I've also been an executive director at a local NGO in Coast called Human Rights Agenda. Human Rights Agenda basically sensitizes the community and even individuals on their rights with the aim of promoting social justice in community. I've been a member of the County Assembly of Kwale, where I've been involved in policy development, stakeholder engagements, providing oversight to the executive function, and approval of budget and other county plans. My first job was at Equity Bank. I began working there just after my Form 4. It was an award because I was the top student in Kwale County at the time, and I was given that scholarship by Equity Bank to work with them. So I began working there just after my KCSE exam. And working in the banking environment has equipped me with so many skills, especially because I was young at the time and was like a student. So I learned so much on integrity, on confidentiality, high standards of professional ethics, and I've been standing on those values actually since 2007. I sit in various boards, including Quality Teachers Training College. I've been a treasurer at Kenya Red Cross, and I've been sitting in various boards actually, school boards of management, and that has exposed me to a lot of experience from my seniors in the boards. Most times when I sit in those boards, I've been the youngest, so I had the chance to learn a lot from other members of the boards. So I feel like I'm ready now to serve in a higher role, and thank you so much for giving me the chance to come and have this discussion with you. Thank you.
Were you an elected member, an MCA, a speaker? What were you?
I was nominated member. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Linda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Mwana Hamisi, what professional experience out of your educational background that you bring to the IEBC?
Like I've mentioned at the County Assembly, I was involved in stakeholder management, policy development, the oversight role. And I belong to various committees actually at the County Assembly, one of them being Justice and Legal Affairs, where we were so much involved with a lot of coordination with state actors and even civil societies in resolving disputes, in addressing various matters as far as legal affairs are concerned. So I have a lot of experience when it comes to being able to have discussions and negotiations and dialogue with different parties and stakeholders of our institutions in ensuring that we build consensus for different things. Like I've mentioned, I'm an educator, so I can teach, I can train, I'm a mentor with various groups, and I believe that these skills are very important for the IEBC Commission job, because there's a lot of training, there's a lot of mentorship we need to do with various groups, as we've seen. Various groups have different issues as far as voting, as far as the Commission is concerned. So I hope to be able to train and teach and mentor others on the right way forward.
Have you worked in a high-pressure environment such as one witnessed at IEBC?
I wouldn't say that same kind of pressure, but being a member of the County Assembly sometimes called for a lot of tough decisions to make. Sometimes where you are divided between so many things. As members of the County Assembly, when you have other members maybe advocating for something that you know very well is not the right thing to do, and maybe sometimes the majority actually are advocating for that, it becomes really hard to push your way forward. But then I was able to do as much as I could at the County Assembly, and I was able to put my interest and advocate for the public interest in the best way I could.
Thank you, Mwanamise. I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much.
During your time, was there a season when you used your chairs for other functions other than sitting on them?
Not at all. We didn't get there. I'm grateful we didn't get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Caro, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mwanamise.
Yes.
What is your understanding of the obligation or the legal obligation of the IEBC commissioners and the chairperson in the declaration of presidential results?
I understand that the chair of the commission actually is the one who is in charge of declaring the results, but then that decision must have been discussed by the entire commissioners, and they agree on what he is going to announce. So before he does that, he must have sat with all the commissioners and agreed on the way forward and what he's going to announce.
Let's go back to the 2022 presidential petition.
Yeah.
So that issue came out prominently, and that the court termed as boardroom rupture. So why did the court not nullify the results of the 2022 presidential elections, despite the fact that the chairperson and the commissioners did not work collectively in the tallying of the results and in the final declaration of the results? As you have said, you have put the actual legal position. So why did the court, despite not following that position, hold differently?
What I would think is that since what is provided for is for the chair to declare the results, and maybe I would think that there are not enough, maybe there are not enough procedures on what maybe should happen if such a difference occurs, where it's clearly that the commissioners are disagreeing. So I guess that maybe it's something that is not provided for. And maybe going forward, then we need to know very clearly what happens then if commissioners disagree. How should the chairman conduct himself?
Okay, now you have successfully gone through this process of the interviews. You are a member of the IEBC, and now you are tallying the presidential results. There is conflict. You do not agree with the chair, and a few of your colleagues, other commissioners, equally do not agree. What, in your view, should happen?
First, I believe that as a commission, we need to understand very well that our unit is very key to either announcing the presidential results or any other decision that we make. And that should be the culture even before any election or any major activity that happens in the country, that we need to have unity. We may not have uniform opinions, the same opinions, but then the way we address ourselves, do we agree to disagree, or we just disagree entirely and cause the nation also to be divided? So if we have issues maybe with the results, then we have a mandate as a commission without causing any tension in the country to address how best we should go about it. And I hope that we'll have a commission, everybody in that commission will be driven towards that we need to be able to make a decision together, whether we call for, if we start recounting, whether we are going for a rerun, whatever it is that we need to make, but we need to agree as commissioners on the decision that we take on those differences.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Mwanamisi Libondo.
Yes.
I would like to request you to tell this panel your thoughts on campaign financing and expenditure. You have seen that more and more it's costing a lot of money for candidates, and sometimes it actually leads to people without money, including women, to be disenfranchised in seeking for elected seats because the amounts of money are just too high. And also it results to what you hear, that people, once they are elected, they want to get a return of their investment. And of course, leading to all these questions and challenges of financial impropriety and corruption, bribery, and so on. The IEBC, there is, of course, the law that was enacted is not in effect, but that does not stop the IEBC from regulating and balancing the use of financing during campaigns. How, if you are nominated as a member, how would you contribute to deterring the practice of using those amounts of money for illicit purposes during campaigns?
Thank you so much, Ambassador. And I do agree on the impacts that that has when candidates use lots of money to campaign. Then they want to return that money after they win. And even before that, people, when they intend to campaign, when they intend to vie for seats, they start that early. They start all these practices of corruption and all that so that they can accumulate more money for their campaigns. And that has affected, like you have said, other players, like the women, maybe the young people that have been affected. It has also affected us on how we get represented then, because if it's about money, then it's not about leadership anymore, but it's about the highest bidder. We have the Election Campaign Finance Act that, yeah, it hasn't been in use. And I think as a commission, we need to push for the regulations of the Election Campaign Finance Act. But then I understand that as a commission, we also have a role to regulate some of the activities for political parties. And therefore, this could be a chance for us to be able to agree and with political parties on the conduct of their candidates. We have the code of conduct also for political parties, for candidates, and maybe now as a commission we can put this as one of our requirements, that we are going to put a cap to and a limit to those amounts that you can use for campaigns. And if anyone does not adhere to those, then as a commission, I think we have the power to maybe eliminate such candidates from or political parties from contesting.
Thank you very much, Madam, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite FCP Attorney to ask you some questions, please.
Mwanamisi,
Yes.
umesema wewe ni mkakuzi.
Ndio. Yes.
Na katika vitabu vya IEBC wakiweka mpango ya kufanya uchaguzi wa mwaka wa 2022, they had a budget of 40.9 billion for 2 years. They had requested for funds for 2 years. 2021, 22, 22, 23. They had a budget of around 41 billion. But Treasury allocated them around 36. So now actually they had a budget of 41 billion, but they spent 36 billion. So there was an utilized amount of around 6 billion. They didn't utilize it. They had requested for 41 billion. They spent 36 billion.
How much were they given?
The 36. That is what they spent.
Okay.
So they had unutilized. I'm interested in this unutilized budget of around 6 billion. What can you read from that analysis? And this is from their post-election report, post-election evaluation report. So what can you pick out from that analysis? They had budgeted for 40.9, they utilized only 36, and they had a budget balance of 6 billion. So what do you pick from there, and what lessons, if given an opportunity as a commissioner, what will you do given your finance background? And then I'll move to my second question.
Thank you so much, FCPA. So I think this underutilization of the budget could have been brought about by maybe late disbursement. It's one of the reasons why sometimes institutions underutilize budgets when money are disbursed late. So if this is one of the reasons, then I think as commissioners, then we need to be able to address this with the Treasury and see if they can disburse these funds as and when IBC expects them to be disbursed. It means so many things. IBC has so many activities before the general election, including procurement, including voter education, including the registration. So when we are not able to, and I believe that the 40.9 billion was meant to cover all these activities. Now, when we've used only 36 billion, it means that we may not have covered all the activities that we had intended to do, and that then means that we did not achieve our target, and as far as either voter education is concerned or registration is concerned. So again, we need to be able to address this issue with the Treasury and ensure that they do disperse the funds with
so
the
is it
specific
only,
timeline.
is the non-utilization only a Treasury issue?
Not really.
Yeah.
It could also be an issue of planning with ourselves. We may not have planned ourselves better, and we need to be able to have a whole calendar of activities and be able to follow through all this. But if we are not able to plan ourselves better, it also leads to underutilization of a budget. So as a commission, then we need to see how best do we manage our teams, the different teams that manage different activities, so that they're able to utilize these funds and we are able to achieve our targets as a commission.
What will be the role of audit committee in such a situation or such a scenario?
So the audit committee here is to ensure that we have enough control systems, that we have to ensure that the commission has all the plans put in place, so that we don't wait for something to happen and then we audit later that this went wrong. But the audit committee then has a role to ensure that we go through the books, we go through the plans, the procurement plans, we go through the operations plans to see that we have everything in place and that we are able to keep everything, to track each and every activity and ensure that we are on time and that we don't end up skipping on some activities and then leaving money behind, and that will mean that us not achieving our objectives as a commission.
Asante na kutakia mema kwako mwenyekiti.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Mwanamisi. I want to ask you a question related to the electoral staff. First, you are aware that during the general elections, so sometimes IEBC can hire temporary staff. Could you please tell this panel the risks which will be associated with the hiring of temporary staff during the electoral process?
So as a commission, and given how sensitive the work that we do, we expect to have staff who are very loyal to the commission, staff who understand the importance of confidentiality in the commission, staff who understand the importance of being impartial. And these are not attributes sometimes that you can just share with someone one day or in 1 week and they understand where you're coming from. There are attributes that you need to have worked with the staff, to have worked with people, for them to understand their importance, for them to understand how critical it is, and the consequences that they can cause if we don't adhere to. So when one of the risks of having now too many temporary staff is that lack of loyalty, and they can easily get manipulated. They can even have their own agendas sometimes. Not everyone shares with the agenda of the IEBC. So we may have an agenda to have a free, fair, and credible elections, but somebody else may have their own agenda. We cannot even tell if if they're there because of our candidates, if they're there because of a political party. And when that happens, then you cannot count on the professionalism or the integrity. So all these are risks that come with having staff that are temporary to the commission.
If you're a commissioner of IEBC, what could you do to mitigate such risks?
I have mentioned that as a commission, so many times we've been running behind with schedules, and sometimes we train the staff within very short timelines. But if we can have our funds or the disbursements done in good time, then I think we can have enough time. We can have enough time to be able to recruit or go through a recruitment process that can ensure integrity of this staff. That we'll have time to be able to have a recruitment process that can ensure loyalty within the staff that we bring on board temporarily. Something else that maybe we can also do is to leverage on technology so that we can reduce maybe the numbers of temporary staff and instead be able to do most of the jobs using technology.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mwana Hamisi.
Yes.
Please share with us how would you be able to use policy measures to sustain year-round stakeholder engagement, particularly targeting critical players in the electoral process, since we've seen that many stakeholders only interact with the IEBC close to elections, which is not the best. So how would you, if appointed to become a commissioner, how would you use the policy measures to ensure there's a sustained stakeholder engagement year-round?
Thank you so much for that question. We have said, I think, so many times that the Commission has suffered public confidence. And I want to believe that one of the reasons why the Commission has suffered public confidence is the lack of holders. The Constitution actually calls for transparent, prompt, and provision of timely communication to the people. So if we are able to share information on the steps that we take as a commission, of course with some measure of control, we're not sharing everything, but if we're able to share the measures that we are taking as a commission that affect the various stakeholders, and we are able to work with them as we make these decisions, we work with them as we make these steps throughout the year, then I think we are able to ensure sustainable engagement with most of the stakeholders. Their biggest cry has been because there is almost some kind of non-responsive feedback or communication between various stakeholders throughout as we take every step, being transparent, providing that timely communication before things get out of control. Sometimes because of misinformation out there, things get out of control and leading to the lack of public confidence. So if we're able to do these things, then I'm sure we can manage that and create a more sustainable relationship with our stakeholders.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Wanamisi.
Yes.
How are members of the county audit picked committee? How are members of the county audit committee picked?
It's a competitive process. They advertise in media of national circulation, and we send applications, and then they do the short list, they send the invitations for interviews, you attend, and then they select people based on merit.
And how long is their tenure?
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
And how many meetings do they have in a month?
We have minimum 4 meetings in a financial year, but then you can call for special meetings when there is need.
Okay, you serve in more than one audit committee.
Yes.
Doesn't it have conflict?
No, it doesn't. It's allowed to serve in more than one, but not more than 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on the number of meetings, so you decide which meeting to attend, or you help in planning so that the meetings don't coincide?
Yes.
Okay. Is that not influencing?
No, it's not. Just maybe picking on. Actually, most times when we were planning for a meeting, we have to have consensus, because people come from different areas, and many times someone will say that I won't be available this day. Can we have it this day, even if they're not members of other audit committees? So it's something that happens, that members just have to agree on when they can all be available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, coming to the position you are seeking to become a member of the commission.
Yeah.
How does the County Government Act of 2012 inform the leadership expectation of IEBC members, particularly in supporting devolved electoral operations, since you have been a member of County Assembly?
May I seek clarification, please?
I'm saying, how does the County Government Act of
Yeah.
2012 inform the leadership expectation of IEBC members, particularly in supporting devolved electoral operations?
The County Government Acts provide for the various administration units. Actually, it's in the County Government Acts where county government then will know how many wards a county government has, how many village units a county government has, and I think that should be able to inform the IBC commissioners on how to go about when they do the boundary delimitations. It informs the IBC commissioners on how best to go about this exercise. It's a politically charged exercise, and the County Government Act therefore comes in place to inform and help IBC commissioners to be able to take that exercise maybe with less tension and pressure.
Does the IEBC have offices and units at the devolved functions of government, like the county, the constituency?
IBC has offices, yes.
Yeah. So have they devolved their functions to the offices?
No, they're not devolved.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Professor Adams, please, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Mwanamisi Ali Libondo,
Yes.
an expert in finance. How does the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 enforce financial probity among public servants, including IEBC commissioners? How does the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003 enforce financial probity among public servants, including IEBC commissioners? What's required?
It calls for high standard of professional ethics. It calls for integrity. It calls for accountability. It calls for effective, efficient, and economic use of resources. It also calls for sustainable development.
Thank you. My last question in this segment. A new law or an act of the Almighty, because anything can happen, changes the electoral calendar with little notice. How would you, if you were to be a commissioner, help the commission adapt and ensure credible elections in spite of the uncertainty caused?
May I seek clarification, please?
There is flooding, or there is, if we were in some foreign country, tornado, or an earthquake, or a last-minute law like the one which said that the returning officers had not been appointed in the right way. That's what I mean. Forces the calendar to change. How would you, if you are commissioner, help the commission adapt and ensure that still the elections are held credibly in spite of the uncertainty caused? Because it can happen.
Indeed. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, anything can happen. Yeah, like you have said. There are various laws and regulations that guide the operations of the Commission in various circumstances. And I believe that such incidences, and sometimes, yes, they come last minute, then we need to be prepared as a Commission. We need to always have a strong risk management framework to be able to identify any such kind of threats and also provide ways to mitigate such threats when they do happen. So as a commissioner, I hope to be, and like I've mentioned, I have a huge passion and interest for risk management. So that's one thing that we really need to look at as commission. And there are so many risks actually that we do face as a commission, including those ones and other ones that happen on the election day, post-election. So if we can have a strong risk management framework, one that identifies, and as a commission, because we come from, we've done so many elections as an institution, then we should be able to bring all these issues on board on what can affect elections or the commission, and how do we mitigate such a risk if they do occur. So whether it's are issues of finances, having enough finances at hand, and ensuring that if there are floods maybe during elections, then we have enough tools to transfer votes, maybe help voters also reach the polling station safely, how we can provide safety at the polling stations when such things happen.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. I want to invite you to ask some 2 short questions, please.
Sure. Mwanamisi, it appears, I heard you introducing yourself.
Yeah.
But it appears you don't see your generation as a generation that should be noticed, because I see you are a millennial, and somebody might think you are where we are if you don't state it. But you can take an opportunity to state it. This is usually our time for high school questions.
Okay.
And usually we start with where you have some expertise. And other than public finance, I saw that you are quite active in the human rights arena.
Yeah.
What is the most salient distinguishing element between the Kenya Human Rights Commission and the Kenya National Commission for Human Rights? You know the 2 organizations?
Yeah.
What is the most distinguishing element between the 2?
So, Kenya National Human Rights Commission addresses human rights within the country, and how our human rights are affected with relationships with other countries, with outside countries. For the other one, it only looks at issues that affect human rights within the nation.
I'll now ask you a question on culture, sports, and languages. Name any 2 of the 6 African countries where Portuguese is an official language. Only 2. $30 seconds. 10 seconds.
Pass.
Pass. Thank you, Chair.
And some of the citizens of that country moved to Kwale. They became a 44th tribe or something like that not long ago. Pass. Okay.
Oh, I can still answer.
Okay. Try.
So we have
Okay, imepotea.
sijui vile imepotea.
Yeah, imepotea. Okay. Okay, sawa. Karibu tufike tamati. Okay, sawa. Karibu tufike tamati ya haya majadiliano, na ningeomba kwamba kama uko na jambo lolote la kusema, maswali, wakati ndio huu wa kuswali.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I just want to appreciate this panel for inviting me to have this conversation with you. As a 37-year-old from Kwale, it was surprising, it was a shock to see myself shortlisted. And I want to appreciate the impact that made to so many people, actually. The phone calls I was getting, the messages, it was almost like a gazette notice. I was like telling people it's a short list, not a gazette notice. But for them, it was a lot to see a 37-year-old, a millennial, being shortlisted for such a high-profile role. So I want to thank this committee for making so many girls and boys also believe in themselves, and that these positions are open to all of us. For me, I also appreciate the chance to come here, and I've learned so much from this interview. I've learned so much from this entire process. I've learned that looking for a position like IBC commissioner is not just looking for the job, but appreciating where we come from as a nation, appreciating where we come from as a commission, all the changes that have taken place in the commission, and as we look forward, appreciating those steps that we have taken and embracing them and seeing how best then we can move forward. So for me, it's going to be a continuous learning process as I look forward to serving in this role or any other role. And I want to believe that I'm better equipped now, even after this interview. I feel like I'm better equipped. I feel like I'm better prepared for other positions just because of the experiences I've had in this whole process. So thank you so much for that chance. It has been encouraging so far, and I wish you guys the very best as you continue with this exercise.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
We have learned indeed from you, and the Kenyans out there have also learned from your interaction with us. We wish you well. We have your certificates.
The chair,
Oh,
she can wait at the waiting room.
Okay.
We will get your certificates. Just wait for us. We will give you in a few minutes.
Okay, okay, looks like certificate. They had not gone round. My apologies. So
Right.
you get them. You can actually have lunch. Yes, you can have lunch, and then you'll get your certificates shortly after that. Thank
Wow,
you.
Thank you so much.
Asante. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, media. We like to break here for lunch, and we should be back, God willing, at between 2:30 and 2:45 to continue the next session. Asanteni sana. Thank you. You're welcome for lunch. Madam Nelly, karibu. Uketi tafadhali. Karibu sana, uko na daftari na kalamu?
Naam.
Na pia kuna maji kama utahitaji.
Asante.
Jina langu ni Nelson Makanda, mimi ni mwenyekiti wa jopo hili. Na tungependa kukushukuru kwa maombi uliyoyatuma kwa ile kazi ambayo tulikuwa tume advertise, na kukupongeza kwa kuitwa kwa hii majadiliano ya interview ya hiyo nafasi ambayo wewe uliomba. Unakaribishwa sana. Wacha nikawauliza wenzangu pia wakaweze kuzijulisha kwako. Karibuni. Asante.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Nelly.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Linda Kiome. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu.
Thank you, Madam.
Nelly, ujambo?
Si jambo, hujambo?
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na naomba kukukaribisha.
Nashukuru sana.
Karibu.
Asante.
Good afternoon. Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam. My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nelly. My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, Madam Ilongo. And did I miss the name properly? Yes. Ilongo.
Yes, Madam.
Iko hivyo?
Ndiyo.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Nashukuru, Madam.
Good afternoon, Nelly. My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you to this interaction session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon.
Now we'll come to you, and we ask that you introduce yourself, highlight your profile, and those things that you think are important for us to know and that are relevant for the position you have applied for. Let us know if you have any award given to you or any honor, and if you're a member of any professional society. Please welcome.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nelly Ilongo, born in Mandera, but brought up in my home county, that is Taita Taveta. I began my education in Josa Primary School in 1979. I was there for 8 years, did my KCSE in 1986, and proceeded to Mwasere Girls for my KCSE education. And I completed my secondary education in 1990, passed my exams, and proceeded to Kenyatta University for a bachelor degree in education. That was a 4-year program at KU. And after that, I graduated in 1990. I graduated after 4 years and was posted as a teacher. And my first posting was Githunguri Girls in 1997. I was there for only 1 year, then transferred to Mukumu Boys, St. Ignatius Mukumu Boys, and I worked there for about 8 years, and proceeded to Masinde Muliro University for my Masters of Education in Kiswahili degree. After my Masters in Masinde Muliro, TSC posted me briefly again to my former station Mukumu Boys for 2 terms, and then I proceeded to Eregi TTC, where I was a lecturer of Kiswahili and education. After some time in Eregi, I went to Kibabi Diploma Teachers, and that was for a year in 2009, and after which I applied for a job in IEBC and was recruited as IEBC Constituency Election Coordinator, posted to Kisauni in 2010.
Now, as a teacher, I trained as a teacher. I was able to sharpen my skills, especially during my master's level. I wrote, Masters of Education in Kiswahili is not that you're learning about Kiswahili. You're actually advancing in education. So I did sociology, psychology, and all that education people do. So because of that, I developed interest in curriculum development, and especially in writing. I was able to author several books, like with Oxford University Press. If you check the Upeo series, I wrote the Upeo Sarufi with some 2 other experts in Kiswahili. I've also published with Gaba Publications and Swahili Hub. I did 2 publications with them. Swahili Hub is owned by Nation Media. I also did some translation work, and so Kiswahili and learning Kiswahili education now prepared me for IEBC. So in 2010, as I said, I was posted to Kisauni as the one in charge of a constituency named Kiswahili, which was the 5th most populous in Kenya. I worked there for about 6 years, and then I got transferred. There's a time the commission decided we need to boost our numbers in registration, so we are all taken to our home counties. So I was now transferred to Voi constituency for 2 years, and after 2 years, IEBC saw it fit to promote me. I went for some interview. I was promoted to county election manager position in 2017. So that's after 8 years working as a constituency election coordinator, and now I was promoted to county election manager, posted to Kilifi. That was 2017. After I worked briefly at Kilifi. After the election, I was deployed to Nairobi as manager in charge of electoral training, which position I held for 2 years. And 2020, I went back to Kwale as constituency county election manager. In 2022, got transferred to Machakos, where I still work as a county election manager. I already highlighted that education prepared me for IEBC. I've been, apart from carrying out my duties as a constituency election coordinator at the constituency level and the county level, I was able to participate in the development of the first strategic plan of IEBC. I was able to translate step-by-step voting procedure. I've been instrumental in the development of several manuals of IEBC, election manual, voter registration manuals, among many. So education prepared me. And now coming to IEBC constituency coordinator role and manager, electoral training, and manager in charge of a county, I think it has sharpened my skills that I got at the university as a teacher. And now I'm able to communicate very well, communicate our programs, our processes. Of course, I've already said I've also been instrumental in documenting the documents that we use. And in IEBC, as a constituency election coordinator and county election manager, you are in the field. You're actually the implementing wing of the commission. So it is actually where the rubber meets the road. In constituency level, I've been able to implement actually the mandate of IEBC. I've been able to do voter registration, voter education, stakeholders engagement, and of course return elections. So that is what I've done. And as a county election manager, I am a finance manager because I have I've been given the delegated AIE by the CEO. So I am the one in charge of finance management at in my area of jurisdiction. I am the one in charge of procurement and the supply chain unit. I am, of course, a trainer, and I oversee all, I'm in charge of human resource, because my county has 8 constituencies. And in total, the permanent staff under me currently are 21. But during elections, I handle very large numbers of election officials. And an example is this last election. Machakos, we had over 15,000. Actually, to be precise, 15,875 election officials. So I also have honed my HR skills, and finance, I've talked about it, and the election, I'm an election expert. Having worked from down there, then a manager in the field coordinating, facilitating, supervising, and remain the face of IEBC at the county level. At headquarters, being a manager in charge of electoral training, that is being in charge of electoral training in the whole of Kenya. As a teacher, again, I am the master trainer, and I was in charge of the electoral function of IEBC. And by the way, this is so critical, because unless our staff are well trained, then there's no way we can dispense our mandate. So I believe, and again, still as a manager in charge of electoral training, I was able to conceptualize programs, defend them, and roll them out in the field, then carry out monitoring and evaluation that will again inform other programs at the headquarters. So briefly, I've actually gone through the whole, from conceptualizing programs, implementing them, and evaluating them. And I think this is quite valuable given the position of a commissioner, because it is a continuation of already what we do, only that at a higher level, at policy and direction, strategic direction level.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carol? Yes, not Carol. Linda, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Madam Nelly, what personal attributes, apart from your professional background, do you intend to bring to the IEBC in the event you are taken up as a commissioner?
Thank you, Madam. I am focused and resilient in what I do. And in elections, you need to just be focused to what you are supposed to do. And resilience comes in when, under a lot of pressure, you just must deliver. 2, I'm a very good communicator and a team player. If you look at my documents, I'm also a certified mediator. And I think that skill will make me be a team player and be very collaborative when it comes to working with others. So I'm a collaborator, I'm a good communicator. I'm very good at conflict management, because I believe I'm humble and I'm open. I'm open, but I'm also a stickler to law. So I think those are collaborative, a good communicator, a team player, and I can be able to persuade others. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Nelly. Thank you, Chairman.
Please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam, given your expertise, you spoke about your expertise on electoral matters. Would you explain to us what are the legal and policy instruments that guide the IEBC in maintaining an accurate and inclusive voters register in Kenya?
The legal instruments that we use, the Constitution, we use the Election Act, the IEBC Act.
All right. So tell us, how do they mandate, what are the provisions in those instruments that speaks to the IBC's mandate in updating, keeping updated voters register and ensuring that the voters register is accurate and inclusive?
Thank you. The Constitution of Kenya actually spells out the mandate of IEBC, and the mandate is to conduct elections, to conduct referenda and elections for constitutional offices and any that is established by the law. And in so doing, then there are so many other things we do. One of them is voter registration and maintaining of the voters register. So that is as far as the Constitution is concerned. If you go to the Election Act, and then the Constitution also talks of who is to register, the qualification about registration. It also gives us qualification of people who register and people who are not supposed to register. And then if you go to Article 38 about political rights, there's also the right to be registered as a voter in Kenya. Yes. And then we are also supposed to maintain an updated register. And apart from it being mentioned in the article in the Constitution, if you go to the Election Act, it is also stated as mandate of the IEBC Commission. And in the IEBC Act, sorry, in the Election Act, now it gives us the procedures, the processes of the conduct of how to maintain that register, carrying out registration and maintaining a register. And in maintaining a register, then of course it is spelled out what you do, removing the dead voters, new registration, that is updating the register. Yes. When there's delimitation of boundaries, you're supposed again to look at the register. Yeah. So the mandate is contained in these laws.
Thank you. So what are these things that IBC must do to ensure that the voters register is accurate?
Thank you. First of all, we are to delete the names of people who are deceased. 2, those people turning 18 years of age, they need to be included, because for a register to be complete, then they have to be there. Then there are errors that we may find in the register that take place during registration. Then we remove the errors. Yes. So removal of the errors, we allow people to come and inspect the register throughout the cycle. They come and inspect to ensure their data or their particulars, anything about a voter is okay. Yes. And then we also do verification before election to ensure that the data and the voter details are also correct. Yes, so verification, inspection, we remove dead voters, we remove the errors. Where we have boundaries, we ensure you update the register accordingly.
A follow-up question, and the last one for me, is that the Supreme Court in 2022 presidential petition recognized that there could be ghost voters in the register and made a recommendation on the need to harmonize the voters register with other agencies, other government agencies like the Registrar of Persons. What, in your view, should be done to implement the Supreme Court's findings and recommendation?
Thank you. Before I move that, we also do quality assurance of our register to ensure it is accurate. Thank you, Madam. That's a very good idea, but I think we need to work on the law. The law currently does not allow us to use data maybe of registrar of persons, but we have continued to work with them. We use the data, like the names of the deceased people, we get them. We also work with registration of persons, so that department, so that we, in our registration, we get, because they are the ones who register people, or rather, they are the ones who issue IDs. So we work with them, we work together with them to ensure that those young people are already captured as voters. So to ensure there are no dead voters, we clean the register and we update. And we work with others to ensure we get the right names of the dead people, remove.
And you know ghost voters?
No, madam, not any.
You...
There are no ghost voters, because when you come to our polling stations, you have to be identified as a voter using your biometrics. So a dead voter cannot come to be identified
no,
using the
we're speaking about ghost voters. The Supreme Court realized that there could be ghost voters.
So
with your experience, is that the position?
No.
Okay, thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Akoki Muli, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Ilongo.
Yes, madam.
I note that you have a very long experience, very long and rich experience at IEC and also IEBC since 2010. So I would like to request you to identify and list for the panel and the people watching you at home 4 strategic areas that you have identified in the course of your long experience that require to be addressed in order to enhance the credibility and the integrity of elections, the electoral process in Kenya. Please don't mention voter registration or voters' roll, because you have just discussed. So mention other 4 that you believe that if you get nominated and you go to the IEBC, you will focus with your colleagues in order to improve the integrity of elections and the credibility of elections.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
First of all, the area of voter education. Many of the problems that bedevil us today.
First, just list them, and then we'll go to specifically why.
Stakeholders engagement. I'm identifying areas, the 3 strategic areas that will contribute to credibility. Yes. Integrity.
4.
Okay. Okay, voter education, madam. Strategy, stakeholders engagement. We also, delimitation of boundaries.
It's okay. You can tell us.
I can start it, then I'll come to that later.
Just tell us what in voter education requires a change and what change, so that we have 2 minutes. So that
voter education, we need to embark on continuous voter education, because many a times we conduct voter education, especially when we have general election coming. So continuous voter registration, so that we talk about our processes and procedures when people are not under any influence that there's or any pressure of an election. Yes, that is one. Then we can also have targeted voter education, especially for the special interest groups, the youth, the women, PWDs. We have really done well in these areas, but we need to do more, especially in voter education for these groups, the women, the PWDs, and the youth. A big segment of the population is the youth. And I'm sure we have not really captured all of them. But we already have, there's a lot we are doing to capture them. So we have it targeted. We use all technology, using the social media to reach out to the youth and have programs targeted for them. Like for women, we can go to the marketplaces, we can tailor our programs, and we have voter education drives that go right to the villages. For the special interest groups, we have inclusion policy, but we can also do more. Already we use sign language teachers in our forums. We use Braille, there's a time we used, but like I think we can do more to prepare their materials and have more of that. In stakeholders engagement, as I said, unless and until people know what we do, in Kiswahili they say, usichokijua ni usiku wa giza. So most of our problems is because people do not understand our processes and procedures. So for that being the case, then we would want to work together with our stakeholders, the civil societies, the members of society, the voters, the political parties, through maybe the political party liaison committee, the political parties themselves, they know what we are doing, and in case these stakeholders do not get to understand, we educate them, we have forums with them, so that they can also be our ambassadors out there. Then in boundary delimitation, we know very well that after 8 to 12 years, the law says we do a boundary delimitation because the population has grown. And again, one of our, not one, but actually our mission is to also, apart from elections, is to, our processes should go a long way in bringing about equity in boundaries, equitable representation rather. So if we carried out boundaries, then that one will also add to our credibility because it is work we are supposed to do. So voter education, stakeholders engagement, and then we also need to up our game as far as observation, facilitation of observation, monitoring and evaluation of election. In this, here we bring in agents and observers too, and then we are also communicating in a very transparent manner.
Thank you very much, Madam Ilongo, and I wish you very well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FCPA, to me, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nelly, there is a program at IEBC known as Election Security Arrangement Program.
Yes.
And within it, I think there is a curriculum that is used to undertake that program.
Yes.
And you've told us you're the manager electoral training from 2018 to 2020, just before the 2022 elections. So arising from the general election of 2022, there were several challenges that were identified.
Yes.
Among them were that the election security training is not included in the training of the National Police Service. It is also indicated that this program, ESAP, is only implemented only in the election year. It also says that it is majorly dependent on donor funding. Having been in charge of training, electoral training at IEBC, why would these issues arise? And now, given the opportunity to be a commissioner, How will you address these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is true, ESAP, the program, Election Support Arrangement Program, is a program where we work with various players and stakeholders in election to ensure that election is secure. And it is true, it is, we normally have it intensified, especially when we have a general election. I would say, just like any agency, our problem goes to funding. If it is funded, then I think we can have, just like any other election, electoral training, we have it throughout the electoral cycle. Secondly, in ESAP, we have, we draw officers from the National Police Service, ORPP, Director of Criminal Prosecution, and all others. These are people who work elsewhere. However, election, they are all stakeholders in election. I think that is why it normally comes towards that area. They have their own mandate, but during election, it is imperative that we all come together. But I will agree with you, we need to have it continuous, just like any other electoral training throughout. But the only problem is funding. It is true, it is heavily funded by the donors. So as a commissioner then, I would think the board to lobby with Parliament and with Treasury so that we get such a fund and we actually ring fence it, because election security is paramount. I think we saw what happened in Bomas, and in 2017, actually it started with me in Kilifi. There was a big problem there because of security. And we've had people lose their lives during elections. So maybe it is a response, or rather we go there because during election, that is when the political environment is really charged. But I agree, we need to save funds and then continue working with our colleagues in the other sectors of security so that we make this program work. Otherwise, it has worked, though now it is because it is not sustained throughout.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Misati to ask you some questions, please. Misati.
Thanks so much, Chair. Neri,
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you 2 questions. You give me 2 answers. 2 of the answers has to be the causes, and the 2 of the answers has to be the solutions. So the first question is, from where you stand, what causes or what are some of the things that contribute to voter apathy? Second question, so in the voter apathy, you'll give me the causes, and then from where you sit, if you're a commissioner, what will you do to address that? Then the high number of spoiled ballot papers or whatever. So from where you sit, since you have been a practitioner, what are some of the causes you can attribute to such high number of spoiled votes? And then from where you sit, if you are given an opportunity, what will you do to reduce that number of spoiled votes? Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair. Voter apathy comes by because people, first of all, the history of election and what happens when election results are declared, and especially before 2010. So people have that perception that there's something commission does to the election results. And so people feel they've already lost hope. They feel there's no need of coming to participate in elections. And on the same, because it's the same answer, some of the people who are elected and go to Parliament or get the elective positions, they don't deliver what they promised. So that makes people lose hope and they see there's no need of, after all, there's no need of participating. And another cause for voter apathy is because people don't understand our processes and they do not know the value of voting. Yeah, because with voting, then you decide, you get up an opportunity to decide the policies, the leadership you want in a country. Solutions, voter education throughout the electoral cycle, targeted voter education to everybody. By the way, the other day I discovered, because we, sorry, Bwana Tanui, but when we carry out elections for LSK, we also encounter the same problems. People are not very sure, or sometimes people do not know the processes. So being educated doesn't mean you are aware of everything that is election. So it is voter education, targeted voter education, continuous voter education. And two, we engage with stakeholders of all. In fact, we should give this a multi-sectoral approach so that we bring every stakeholder with us, from ORPP, political parties. By the way, political parties are very instrumental. They are the consumers of the services we give, and for every reason, surely, they should know and understand the processes, because they can now go out there and empower the people. So I would go for voter education and strategic stakeholders engagement and intensive targeted voter education. Now, coming to high number of spoiled votes. Well, the spoiled, you know, we have spoiled ballots before they get into the whatever, the ballot box. But we also have many rejections. So I don't know the question. But however, it boils down to people.
Let me clarify.
Okay.
2022 general election, we had almost 100,000 spoiled.
Okay.
So those are the ones that, to me, that's a very high number.
Okay.
So what do you think, from a practitioner point of view, what causes us a high number, and what can be done to maybe reduce it?
Okay. First, it is maybe unclear. People do not know how to mark the ballot papers. That is one. Two, people may go there and they just want to vote, maybe to be included, to only participate in one election. And we normally give them the six elections. So that can be a cause, because they are not interested in the others. And three, during election, maybe we do not properly guide people. Yes. Some people don't really get to understand what they're supposed to do. Yes. So it is people not understanding how to mark the ballots, and maybe people who are not interested in participating in other elections. Now, to curb that, we need again to do a lot of voter education and possibly even training, so that our people can be able to guide people very well.
What can you say, this is my last question, about the Sambo, is it called a dummy ballot paper or something?
Yes.
What are some of the risks? Why can't we do that in Kenya? Because like in the US, they do that. The Democrats and the Republicans, they have the Sambo at the entrance. So what are the risks? Why can't we do that in Kenya, so that people know how they're supposed to do?
We do it. We do it. We place such a dummy ballot paper outside. Yeah, we do it. So maybe it is because they were also, voters could be encountering the same for the first time. As much as we also, in our voter education sessions, we actually teach people how to mark the ballot papers. Yes.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Nelly, if you are given an opportunity and then you are now tasked with the reviewing of the IEBC framework for engaging election observers, what policy-based improvement would you recommend to ensure transparency, professionalism, and constructive feedback mechanism?
Thank you, Madam. First of all, it is to ensure there's a policy guiding observation of elections in Kenya. 2, we look at our accreditation system of the observers. We ensure there's a transparent accreditation system for doing that. 3, I would go for code of conduct for election observers, so that as they come on board, they know these are the rules and these are the don'ts and all that. Then they're there to observe and give feedback so that we improve our processes. So we agree on reporting on the same. And as a responsible commission, we'll ensure that we publish their reports, and when the election is done, we again call them so that we can debrief about the election, areas they felt need improvement, and areas that we did well. And that will improve transparency. And of course, we shall publish their reports and share for whoever wants to see.
All this will be under the policy that we are recommending.
Yes, madam.
Guide their processes.
Yes, there will be a policy in place to guide all this. But again, the accreditation system. People need to know, even for example, the international observers, even before they come to Kenya, I would even think of a system, an electronic system, and even possibly a portal where they can go there and see, as an observer, what are my qualifications, what am I supposed to do, what is the code of conduct, and so and so. And I think, again, we must have a liaison person from IEBC who will be taking feedback, and if they have questions during the election observation, they can raise, and so there has to be that communication.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Masha.
Thank you. We ask Nicodemus Bore to ask you a question, please.
Madam Milongo.
Yes, sir.
You have indicated that one of your duties as an elections coordinator is to monitor activities of political parties with respect to elections-related activities, especially when it's almost election time.
Yes.
What are the top 3 lessons you have learned from interacting with political parties at the county level, and how will this shape your strategic priorities as the Commission if you get the opportunity to serve?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Political parties are the main vehicles for democracy. They give us the candidates for elections, predominantly because 90% are people sponsored by parties. And one thing I've learned is that we must just work together with political parties, and this can even be through the political party liaison committee that is already in place. Secondly, during monitoring of election, of course, there's the code of conduct that has to be adhered to by the political parties and candidates. So again, we learned that these are our very crucial stakeholders, that we can also use them as our ambassadors to go out there and educate the masses. So I've learned that apart from being our clients, consuming our services, they are also, we have a symbiotic kind of a relationship, that they will go out there and work for us, explain processes. These are people of influence in the community. They belong to their parties. So if they get to understand the processes, then I know, and I've worked with political parties, especially the ORPP, then they go out and do the gospel for us. I've also learned that political parties can, or rather our working with political parties can either make or break this country. And them being people of influence, of course they give media briefs, and what a politician says, whether in church or over the radio or whatever, is the gospel truth taken by people. So I've also learned again, working with them so that through their platforms, then we can, our agenda can be completed. Yes. So there are people of influence through media, through their people. Again, we work with them. Yes. And we also now have to ensure they also adhere to the code of conduct. Because if we left them free, and then that also now erodes the credibility and of the commission. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, and all the best, Nelly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Adams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nelly Longo.
Yes, sir.
First, let me appreciate the experience you have had on electoral matters, the trainings you have gone through from all or most of the institutions that assist in electoral matters globally, be it UNDP, be it IDEA, be it the European Union. But I also noticed that in answer to Karo Kituku's question on the Supreme Court finding on ghost voters, you said from where you sit, there are no ghost voters. Are you also aware that in past Supreme Court rulings, ungazetted polling stations have been found, and that's where ghost voters, that's where they derive the language of ghost voters, when you have an ungazetted polling station?
Thank you, sir. I'm not aware of ghost voters having voted, because as I said,
in your area of operation or throughout the country?
I only saw it in media. But what
I'm just asking, can Nelly Longo here, stationed in wherever, whether Kisauni or Taita Taveta, talk conclusively for all the other stations?
Yes, sir.
As who?
As an election practitioner, and from a practical point of view. Because polling stations, we have people in polling stations, voters that have been registered and are in polling stations, isn't it? For them to vote, you have to be identified by the KIMS kit. Otherwise, you cannot proceed to vote.
You are aware that there have been questions over KIMS kits?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that the Supreme Court is wrong?
No. They said we improve the KIMS kit.
No. I'm just saying that you are given examples of what the Supreme Court said. Not just 2022, I can even go to 2017. That was nullified.
Okay, 2017 about illegalities and irregularities were many, a myriad of problems. But in 2022, our KIMS kit was already improved, and it was now in law that you cannot proceed to vote unless and until you are identified by the KIMS kit. So ghost workers in 2022, no, sir.
So it is tamper-proof?
Yes, it is. But like any other...
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Let me go to my question. According to Article 73...
Just a bit.
Sorry.
There was a ruling on the eve of elections, 1 or 2 days before elections, that
yes, sir.
That where biometrics does not work, that there will be voter identification using a handbook register?
Yes, the register, there was a court ruling, yes, the last minute, that we have registers at the polling station for the same reason. But we actually went through the KIMS kit. And of course, there's also an alternative way of identifying people, but we went through identification through the KIMS. But of course, we printed the registers and they were in polling stations.
Okay, Prof.
So what contributes to the trust deficit in IEBC from where you sit, and is it valid?
Okay, thank you, sir. Prof, trust deficits, I'll take you back to 2007 and what happened there and contained in the Kregler report. So Kenyans already, and even after IBC was established, Kenyans, a large number of them, still feel there is always something wrong or there's something fishy going on. So because of that history, we are already suffering trust deficits. That is one. Two, as I've already mentioned, many people do not understand our processes and procedures. And the cure is voter education and stakeholders engagement. However, the Commission, and this is a problem worldwide, resources are never, after an election, we never get enough resources, adequate resources to run voter education, targeted, and stakeholders engagement, so that while we are relaxed, we have no delimitation of boundaries, we have no general election, where other players also get into the field and talk to people and convince them, even using misinforming them and disinforming them. If we had funding during a time like this, then we can do a lot of engagement and do a lot of voter education.
2 counties were unable to vote on the voting day, Kakamega and Mombasa.
Yes, sir.
Is that also blamed on the public and voter education?
No, sir.
Who is to be blamed?
Well, we had a problem with the printing of ballot papers, and I want to own that we needed to do our due diligence before the printing of the papers.
Ballot papers arrived, and several of the commissioners said that they were not aware that ballot papers were arriving. Who's to blame?
Well, now I think there was a problem at that level of communication.
Do you still stand that it is
No,
public that have a problem and not
sir.
IEBC?
No, sir. I first gave as one reason is public participation, public perception as one of them. Two, I said the public may not be, they don't really quite fully understand our processes and procedures. So that is one reason. Another reason, rather.
My last question.
And thirdly, maybe we need to engage more so that, you know, perception is reality. So we need to be more open, more transparent, engaging more players in our space so that they get to understand.
My last question. According to Article 73 of the Constitution, what are the key leadership principles required of public officers, and how do they apply in the context of the IEBC?
Thank you, sir. IEBC, like any public office, in their selection, or rather, people should come to office through, as we work in IEBC, we must consider competence, capacity, and also sustainability in all that we do. We need to remain objective and impartial in all our, in our business as the Commission. 3, we must remain accountable in all our activities, because that office is entrusted to us, or rather that office will be given to us in public trust. So we have to remain accountable for every decision we make. And then discipline in what we do, and remaining within the confines of the law. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have some 2 questions?
Yeah, sure. Nelly Longo, definitely. By no shred of doubt, you are an election expert.
Yes, sir.
So this is the time we ask you high school questions. Apart from this method where you use the selection panel to bring IEBC commissioners to office, which other 2 methods has Kenya used during the multi-party period to bring commissioners to office?
Okay, thank you. One, I think, was the president appointing people to come and work on the panel.
Work with the panel?
No, not to work as the commissioners and conduct elections. And 2, there was, is it called IPPG, where political parties would bring people to come and manage elections.
Thank you. You also have a lot of experience as an educationist. I'll ask you a question on economy and innovation. Very, very, very answerable. Name 3 major sources of foreign exchange earnings for Kenya.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Name 3 major sources of foreign exchange earnings for Kenya.
Okay.
Nini inaleta pesa kwa?
One is agriculture. Another is remittances by people in diaspora. The 3rd one.
Just from the coast where you come from. Mekupatia leakage.
Not mining, but no.
10 seconds. Okay, Chair.
Sorry. Pass.
That's a sound.
Okay. Nelly, there's mining in Taita and in Kwale. Why are you saying not mining?
Yeah, it is there. Sorry?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Can I give the answer now?
Okay, we will be asked to open the server. And then we have come to the end of our session. And we want to thank you for the time we have spent and for the enlightenment we have received and the public has received. I don't know whether you have any question or comment.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a question, but I would like to express my appreciation for shortlisting me, and secondly, shortlisting members of IEBC. It has not happened before, but that does not mean we do not have the requisite skills, attitude, and appreciation for election management. So thank you so much, and thank you for the work you're doing for Kenya. It will take I think about a month for you to conclude. You started with a very high number, 1,800, over 1,800, my God. And you are targeting, is it 7 people? So may God just give you the grace and the resilience. Otherwise, I appreciate and I thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Notebook and pen are yours. You can also take the water, and you'll find your certificates with the gentleman at the door.
Thank you, sir.
Blessings to you.
Good afternoon. Blessings too.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Keitani.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and I want to thank you for showing interest in the position of member of the Commission of IEBC, but also to thank you, congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And that's why you're here. So feel free. It's a brief interaction just to get to know you, to hear your vision and your profile, so that we can be able to assess your candidature for the position of Commission of IEBC. You have a notebook there and a pen for you to use, and sometimes water might be helpful. So feel free.
Thank you.
I want to welcome Linda and my colleagues to introduce themselves. Please, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, madam.
Bwana Obadia, jambo.
Jambo.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chombo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante, Andrew.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Caroline Kituku, welcome.
Thank you.
Bwana Keitany.
Yes, Prof.
Adam Zolo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Nicodemus Bore, karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mr. Keitani.
Good afternoon to you, madam.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Keitan.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you.
Asante.
Okay, now we'll come to you for you to highlight your profile, identify those things that are significant for us to know, and for the role that you have applied for. Let us know if you're a member of any professional society and if you have received any award. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Obadia Keitany, MBS. I was born in Baringo County, specifically Eldamaravine Sub-County. For educational qualifications, I have a BCom and a Master of Business Administration from the University of Nairobi. and a postgraduate diploma in corporate governance from KCA University. For professional qualifications, I'm a holder of a Certified Public Accountant of Kenya, Certified Public Secretary, Certified Internal Auditor, Certified Information Systems Auditor. As you can note, these are qualifications which are geared towards promoting accountability and good corporate governance, which are key for the position I've applied for. Now, I'm also a member in good standing of the Institute of Public Accountants of Kenya, Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya, and Institute of Internal Auditors of Kenya, and Information Systems Association and Control, that is global in America. Now, for my working experience, I started in 1992 when I was employed in the 10 Kenya Post and Telecommunication Corporation as an internal auditor, and served until 1997, rising from internal auditor to assistant senior internal auditor. In 1995, I led a team which did an audit of and unearthed some fraud, which was involving staff collusion in claims and loans, ensuring that they were having multiple loans and then no recoveries were being done. So when we unearthed, the correct administrative corrections were done, and that is why in my CV you can see I have a commendation from the MD in that period in 1995. Now from internal audit, I exited to finance from 1997 in credit control, served in credit control, served in budgets, served in project finance, served in assets accounting, and then eventually in final accounts, audits and taxation, up to August 2005. Then I left for greener pastures in Standard Assurance, where I served as finance manager from August 2005 to August 2007. While there, I helped in forming internal audit function because I realized there were some revenue leakages and we needed to have some control mechanism. So I set up the internal audit function, after which I exited to Lab Trust, that is Local Authorities Pension Trust at that time, in 97. In 2007, as head of internal audit and risk manager. So in Love Trust, which later became CBA Financial Services, I pioneered several activities, including entrenching the risk management framework for the Commission, championing business continuity, championing the OPI, that is Operation Performance Index, which was spearheaded by the KIM, Kenya Institute of Management, which leads, it is a process that leads to the award of the Company of the Year. From Love Trust, I left in January 2016 and joined IEBC as the Director of Audit Risk and Compliance. While at IEBC from January 2016, I also assisted in entrenching the risk management framework in the Commission. And also in 2027, I was co-chair in the process called ESAP, Election Security Arrangement Program, where we collaborate with the police in training on election laws and procedures so that we have a peaceful environment devoid of violence during elections. So in the same period, as I was serving as internal auditor in the period 2017-2018, where there were conflicts between the CEO, chairman, and some commissioners, I was able to, as a governance champion, I was able to diagnose clearly and saw that these were governance issues. And I pioneered in drafting a board charter, a commission charter, which clearly delineates, because as we see, under Section 11A of the IEBC Act, It says the role of the Commission is formulation of strategy, policy, and oversight. But it doesn't say what is actually oversight. How is it done? So in the board charter, it clearly states those roles. If it is procurement, it is the role of the Commission to approve the audit, the manual, procurement procedures, approve the budget, approve the plan, and receive reports frequently. Then from internal audit, I went to finance from January 2019. In finance, while in audit, I had noted that there were control weaknesses in terms of payments, especially legal payments. So I requested the Commission to form a task force involving finance and legal services. So we went through and requested all service providers and tell them, can you write to us and indicate how much you owe the Commission? Of course, we had our figures aside here. So we told them, lay claim to all the issues that you owe the Commission. So in the process, we isolated about 1.2 billion, which was not claimed by anyone, and we were able to write off. Hence, you saw a letter of appreciation there in my CV, and it is also in my file. So that is the context. So in September 2019, I was made the acting deputy CEO. So a role. So I served both as the director of finance and director and deputy CEO from 2019 to March 2022. I was confirmed. I was appointed to the role of the deputy CEO in charge of support services in May 2022. It is Deputy CEO Support Services. Support Services includes coordination of the finance function, supply chain, HR, legal services, ICT, and audits. So another issue I wish to highlight to point to this committee is the fact that while the government is now transitioning to accrual accounting, the Commission actually has been on accrual accounting since 2015. So we have had several institutions of government coming to benchmark with us, including Parliamentary Service Commission and Controller of Budgets, who have come to benchmark with us in the process of transitioning to accrual-based accounting. Now, I wish also to point out to this panel that the Commission is actually a respected brand in terms of election management, and from 2023 to date, we have been able to host several countries, election management bodies who come to benchmark with us, like Election Commission of Lesotho, they came, Election Commission of Botswana, Election Commission of Malawi, Somalia, and currently we have been inducting the Electoral Commission of South Sudan. So that is the other side of the Commission I wanted to make this Commission to be aware of. Thank you. So I'm here today to request for your favor to become a commissioner of IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you. This is where the request is being considered, so you're in the right place. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Keitani, as we consider your request,
yes,
what new thing are you bringing to the Commission, noting now that you're on the other side of execution of the mandate and the responsibilities that have been given to you? What do you bring to this other side of policy and strategy development?
Thank you. I may not really bring a new thing, but we are going to perfect what we already have. You know, currently what I'm doing is actually implementing what the Commission has passed. Whether you like it or you don't, you have to implement what has been passed. But now I'll be now giving the directives on what actually should be done. And as you have seen from my CV, I'm a covenant assumption, so that is what I'll be bringing on board. You have seen I've been chairing several committees, so I have a lot of leadership skills. That is why we have been given all the committees I've led, we have been able to be appreciated and given awards by the Commission. So that is what I bring on board. The other issue I'll be bringing on board is memory and institutional memory and continuity. Given that the incoming Commission, its plate is already overflowing. Given that there have been a gap between when the other Commission existed and now, there are a lot of things. There are over 40 policy requests from management, which are now waiting approval, and they have to, including the draft strategic plan. So if they are starting from the scratch, it will take them a lot of time, given that the dynamics of crew formation will kick in. Not only among themselves as commissioners, but also among commissioners and staff. But for me, I'll be a bridge. When those over 40 papers are brought on board, we participated in passing them. So I'll be able to give them context, so they'll be able to learn much faster to reduce the learning curve. Thank you.
So then, based on your submission, then I am delighted to ask you the next question. So what personal attributes do you have that will make us consider you for the position of the Commission?
Okay, thank you. My personal attribute is that I think even from what I've indicated from my past experience, you can easily see very clearly that I'm a person of great integrity. If you have seen from when I was 3 years into employment, I was able to unearth some things which the MD was able to commend me. Within the Commission, you have also seen all the recommendations. Number 2, you can see very well that I am a performer. Given a task, I usually accomplish with a lot of excellence, and that is attested to in my CV and also my documents here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Caroline to ask you some questions. Caro Kituko, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Kipkoech.
Yes, madam.
I want to pick up from something you spoke about, institutional memory.
Yes.
And continuity.
Yes.
The NADCO report actually suggested that there should be staggered appointment of IBC commissioners in future. It's aspirational. Now here we are. That's not possible in this cycle we are in. What are some of those this proposal now on staggering the appointment of the commissioners, and where we are, what are some of the things that must be put in place for the incoming thing from your own understanding of the institution, IBC, that you work for, and your own experiences? What should be done to ensure that there is that continuity and memory preservation and knowledge preservation?
Okay.
For the incoming commissioners.
Okay. Of course, it would have been very good if the commission was actually staggered, because there would be continuity. But now that we are here, the best way in ensuring that there is continuity in terms of the memory of the institution is maybe to consider those people who may have served in the commission or those who are currently serving. You may say I'm campaigning for myself, but I don't think there is anything wrong to campaign for yourself, if it is acceptable. So that is the only way. I don't see other way in which you can continue with your memory.
Hear you. We hear you, and obviously that's a suggestion. That's a one way of doing it.
Yes.
In your own understanding of the institution, supposedly that there were no members who are working right now at the IBC who were successful or who would be picked to be among the commissioners. Okay. What should be done? Like, as now remove yourself from the application process. You are an employee of IBC, you're working, and new commissioners are coming into office. What would you do as a deputy CEO to ensure that there is continuity and memory preservation?
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. We have already done a paper on induction of the new commissioners. And as soon as they are on board, that is what we have actually done. And we are even proposing that if we are able to bring in even other chairmen of commissions from other African countries or all over the world, so that they can come and seek the hands of these people so that they can be able to learn very fast. There are some commissioners who have been involved in that process. Even within the country, we usually call upon all the commissioners to also come on board and be able to induct them and give them real life experiences so that they can be able to move faster and catch on board. So that the induction process will be very comprehensive, although it has not been funded, but we are looking around to see whether it can be funded. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So in addition to the induction, how is the knowledge management processes at IBC? How is the documentation processes and the structure of the commission insofar as the mentorship is concerned? How would that look like?
As I've told you, when the commissioners come on board, the first agenda, of course, will be to appoint the vice chair. The second agenda will be to put themselves into the 7 committees that we have. All those committees have their charters. There is also a board charter, so they'll have to go through and go through them so that they can learn very fast what their job will be entailing. Because from the over 40 management papers that we have passed, they will be processed through the respective, if it concerns ICT, they'll go to the ICT committee for them to process. They go through. If there are any issues, they have any issues to add, they can return back to management. Wherever we can craft it, we take it back to them. If it is in order, then they take it to the full plenary, where it will now be passed, and then it is coming down to the Secretariat for implementation. So the process is fairly elaborate, and every director is actually the secretary of those committees. So even that secretary will be able to assist the committees, and the CEO and the deputy CEOs also sit in those committees. So we'll be able to take them through very fast.
I'm glad you're using them. Thank you. All the best. And
hoping that they will trust us, because sometimes they come with some attitude that maybe there is something wrong in this secretariat, and they may not want to gel very fast. So it takes time for those group formation issues to settle. Yes.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Keitani.
Yes, Madam.
Yes, you could very well be one of them, and I hope you will not go with attitude.
Amen.
But should you actually be nominated to be a member of the IEBC, how can you enhance the representation and participation? Those are two: representation and participation of women in IEBC as an institution.
Okay.
In the staff.
Okay.
And your key, the people that you have control over, and in the electoral process activities that you do. So please name four strategies that you will use to improve women's participation and representation, and then also name 4 ways to implement those strategies. 4 ways, 4 strategies, and 4 ways. And the objective is to enhance women's representation and women's participation in IEBC and electoral processes.
Thank you. So in IEBC, I take that it is the employees of the commission, the staff of the commission. One is that we have a deliberate policy to make sure that at least we meet the two-thirds requirement in terms of staff. Even currently, that is how it is. Now, when we form committees to look into various issues, we always make sure that at least the two-thirds principle is observed in all those committees. We usually work by committees and task forces. So we ensure that there is a two-thirds. In terms of employment, we also make deliberate moves to make sure that the issue of the two-thirds, not more than two-thirds gender rule, is also respected. So I think those are, in terms of the staff, I think that is where we are. So in terms of also promotion, without compromising merit, we also consider that very well, that the two-thirds gender principle. That's why even in the deputy CEO positions, there is a lady, there is a man. So it's about 50-50. Now, in terms of representation.
Now, out there. Your clients.
Yes, in terms of representation for our clients, we make sure to adhere to the, like in the last election in the party list, there was a ruling from the Katiba case where they said all those party lists which come to the commission, make sure they adhere to the two-thirds gender principle. When they came, we religiously follow that order. Unfortunately, a political party went to court and they said it is unconstitutional for the commission to do that. So in that case, our hands were tied. But all the same, when enforcing the electoral code of conduct, we are very particular in those cases where women are concerned and are disadvantaged. And we usually find very heavily. So we tilt towards the ladies and ensure that they have a fair playing field in terms of enforcement of the electoral code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When you find people heavily, do you actually enforce those fines? Do they pay?
Yes, they do actually pay. Like 2017, most of them actually paid. Enforcement of 1 million, all those. There was the one in Makueni, they paid the 1 million. It is only in 2022 where the court said it is unconstitutional, so our hands were tied. We did not enforce the electoral code of conduct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keitani, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions, please, FCPA.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And Opadia, you said support services is in charge of finance, HR, ICT, procurement. Which one have I left?
Audit.
You are also in charge of audit?
Yes.
Audit report to you?
No, administratively.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I think last month, is it last month or in February when you were in Parliament?
Yes.
And you talked of the 61.7 billion shillings that you require to conduct the elections.
Yes.
And actually, you are the one who was making that presentation.
Yeah, that's true.
And now you've told me here you're in charge of finance and procurement. Yeah, and the cost of elections actually is related to those two aspects, the funding and the procurement. So what is it that is making our elections that expensive?
Okay, thank you. We have also mulled about that question a lot. And there are several cost drivers to our general election. Of course, one of the overriding drivers is the number of registered voters, which determines the number of polling stations. Now, the key driver, the unit of budgeting is actually the polling station. Why is it the polling station? The polling station because it determines the number of poll officials you are going to employ, temporary poll officials. In every polling station, you have a minimum of 10. You have the PO, the DPO, and 6 clerks and 2 security officers. All those are paid for. Now, and MACU, the number of people in a polling station are capped at 700. So if you reach a polling station where we have 7 or 1, you have to break that polling station into 2, so that you have two polling stations. So it means you have added another extra 10 poll officials. So in that budget, for example, the highest item is the payment of temporary poll officials, which is it comes to around 15.7 billion. That is 25% of the 61 billion I'm talking about. Then the next is the enhanced continuous voter registration, which takes about 7 billion. Then the next one is replacement of Kim Switch, which takes another 7 billion. Then ballot boxes, which is 6 billion. Then transportation of materials,
so
3.8. It comes to 40 billion.
Yeah, you can
now,
stop there. Yeah,
now, I wanted to make a clarification.
Yes.
Now, if you compare to other jurisdictions, for example, most of those which are rated as very cheap, they employ volunteers, or they use government officials, so they don't hire the way we do, or they deploy government vehicles to transport election materials, so they would be much cheaper than us. Thank you.
Actually, that is a question that I want to ask you.
Yes.
Now that you've identified the cost drivers, and are there alternatives? Have you thought as a commission, for the sake of this country, which are the other alternatives that we can use to reduce this cost?
Yes, one of them which you have actually suggested is to give us leeway in determining the number of people in one polling station. Not necessarily 700. We can take it to 1,000, and it will substantially reduce the number of polling stations, and it will actually reduce the cost. The other issues are actually legislated, like the use of kits to transmit results. It is legislated, but it's a very expensive exercise. Now, I don't know whether there is any alternative to hiring poll officials. I think we were there before when the DCs used to be returning officers. I don't know whether we want to go back there, because it will be much cheaper. The cost of elections will be much cheaper.
So we have to bear it.
I don't know whether it's a cost or an investment in democracy.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, one of the items that have been outstanding in our election is the operationalization or non-operationalization of the IEBC fund. To what extent will that fund help the operations of IEBC?
Thank you for that question. If we have actually an IEBC fund, this one will really assist us, even in terms of reducing that cost. In fact, it is a way actually of, you have reminded me, that is a way of reducing actually costs. Because if our budget does not lapse, or the money which we have been given does not lapse, then we'll be able to be funded throughout the election cycle. If we are funded throughout the election cycle, for example, this enhanced voter registration, which we require a lot of money within a short period, we'll be able to do it throughout the electoral cycle. We will be able to register in the registration centers, very close to the people. You know, currently, if the continuous voter registration was on, you can only go to the constituency headquarters, which is sometimes very far, and most people will not find it a priority to go there. But if it was next to the shopping center, most people will actually be able to register. Number two, if you give us funds very close to the election, you know, all the suppliers know that you have no option, you have to conduct the elections. So they can even hike the prices, and there is nothing you can do. But if we are able to buy in advance, we are able to negotiate even for discounts because of the quantities involved. So this fund will actually assist us a lot.
Yeah, I would be interested more, but lastly,
yes,
what is the role of framework contracting in helping us reduce the cost of elections in this country?
Thank you. In fact, that is, in the last election, that is what actually assisted us in making sure that we procured items on time. Framework contracting will assist us a lot in terms of saving on the cost, because you are able to lock the prices in advance. What will be remaining is only requesting for the quantities required. So you can be able to do the procurement much earlier, but without indicating the quantities. But you have a contract saying when we make the request, this will be the price, which is actually locked in advance, even if it is 3 years in advance. So that would be very good.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Keitany, you are making this job look very lucrative.
Thank you, Chairman. It is not. It is not a very easy job.
But for those who have not come for interview, now they will go into praying. They need to win the favor of this panel because of that budget. 6 billion for ballot boxes.
Ballot papers.
And ballot boxes?
Ballot boxes, the other election materials, I think they are coming to around 3.1 billion.
Okay.
Yeah. Including the ballot boxes. Ballot boxes we usually don't buy for all the polling stations because they can serve for more than one election. Okay. So we only buy a few replacements.
Okay.
Yes.
We were told here that you can repurpose the KIMS kits.
KIMS kits?
So that you don't have to buy new ones.
No, according to our technical expertise, those ones which we put in 2017, they cannot be repurposed. Because items which will have served for now 10 years, it will not be able to repurpose, although they can do other things. We can even donate to schools. They are still workable for other things, but not for the purpose in which it is intended for.
Okay, Evans Msati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Obadiah.
Yes.
I know we have worked with you, we have worked with political parties. In the subcommittees, there's a subcommittee that deals with PPLC.
Yes.
Maybe you can mention some of the subcommittees you have, and then maybe we can take it up from
there.
The
one which deals with PPLC is Legal Affairs, Compliance, and Political Parties Liaison Committee. The other one is Finance and Supply Chain Committee. The other one
let's now focus on that one, the one which deals with the PPLC.
Okay.
We have had challenges before, and you have seen that the candidates who have come before you, everybody is pursuing as a stakeholders, political parties. Do you ever allocate any budget for engaging those political parties or PPLC in IEBC?
Yes, we have been making proposals to have that function elevated. Unfortunately, we have not been allocated much. However, I understand there has not been proper engagement with political parties. It is one of the weaknesses that we have. And hopefully, if you consider me for this position, that is an area we ought, as a commission, that is an area we ought to address, because you are the main stakeholders.
Thanks so much. Now, that takes me back to the paper that you have prepared about the induction. Now, I hope when you were mentioning the group formation issues, did you mean the Bruce Tuckman is model?
No, what I mean is about the issue of forming, the stages in group formation.
The forming, storming,
performing, norming, storming,
all that.
And performing, and then adjourning.
Yes. By the time now you settle and you start working,
yes,
you realize there is another level here which is dragging you behind. What do you do? Because you have already gone through the stages, now you have started working. What will you do if you find there's another, maybe something dragging you behind, for in the name of, we have been here, you will come and go, despite the fact that you have been one of them. You know, that is something that I'm very concerned about.
Yes. Now, I think you are alluding to maybe the commission staff having an attitude saying, you commissioners, you are just coming, but you will go the next. I don't think that is, we don't have, the commission staff don't have that attitude. Whenever the commission comes on board, we give them all the cooperation they require. That is why after completely settling and assessing all the staff, they completely gel.
Very good. Now that you are given that assurance, I'm sure as Kenyans will be moving. Now, from where you sit, you are given an opportunity and you are a commissioner. Some of the issues that have been, when we have been engaging, you say maybe you throw the back at the commissioners. Now you are going to be there. What could you do different from what you have been doing?
Like what specific issue?
The specific issue like voter registration, the regulations and other things, because you mentioned about the legal and PPS.
Yes. Yes. No, I've said what we have noticed that is there has not been proper engagement with the political parties that I accept as our main stakeholders. There has not been proper engagement between the commission, even our role in the PPLC. I don't think it has been given that prominence the way it requires. So I've said, if I'm considered and we are with our fellow commissioners, maybe I will not be put to serve in the PPLC. I will be able to impress on them the fact that, in fact, in that induction exercise, we have put that the commissioners must, one of the areas they have to engage in, one of the first areas they have to pay a courtesy call is actually PPLC.
Thanks so much, Keitan, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Keitani.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you for your insights and having had a very good career in your work. If you are given a chance, how would you evaluate the key elements that should be included in the national communication policy to ensure that the IEBC achieves consistent, inclusive, and transparent engagement with its electoral stakeholders throughout the electoral cycle?
Thank you. I think communications is also one area where we have not cracked it as a commission, because there are so many things we do right, but we are unable to reach the stakeholders to tell them what we have actually done. So that is an area which will require a lot of revamping. If it means elevating the directorate to director level so that there is more exposure, assigning a commissioner that role so that it becomes the face of the commission. Trying to also utilize social media a lot in terms of like using like chatbots, so that
I would like you to focus on the policy issue.
Okay.
On ensuring that throughout it's consistency, transparency, engaged interaction, just policy.
Yes.
The activities have been taken care of, but at that level, policy.
Yes. So we have a policy on communication, which I think may not be serving the purpose for which it was intended. So that is something which may need to be reviewed, taking into consideration the views of all the other commissioners, so that we ensure that there is proper communication throughout the election cycle. Yeah, communicating. So I think we need to review that communication policy paper.
Are there any specific elements that you think should be included in that national policy? I'm looking for your insights around.
Oh, okay, okay. Now, if we have done some risk analysis and we have known these are the areas which usually come up, so those are the areas in which should be addressed in that policy document.
Usually, most of the areas in terms of policy and strategy where you will pick most of these shortfalls
Yes.
are from the election petitions, the reports
Yes,
that were
yes,
done.
yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I was trying to see if there are those particular approaches that you think that are very specific to address, like issues of public trust,
Yes.
addressing, effective and consistent engagement of stakeholders.
Yes.
Maybe even clearly mapping them out. Those are the kind of elements that I'm trying to see.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, because we have mapped out all the stakeholders. Maybe we have not mapped out in terms of what are their communication needs, so that we can be able.
Okay, we can proceed.
Okay, I think those are the main issues I can think of for now.
There's what is called information packaging
Okay.
for specific clients.
Yes.
What do you have to say to this?
Yes, that is what I said. We have mapped our stakeholders in terms of what we require, but not in terms of a communication, specific communication to our stakeholders. So information packaging is actually tailoring the information to speak to particular requirement of certain stakeholders. So which we have not done. I agree. And we should be able to, together with the other commissioners, we should be able to see how we can crack it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Nicodemus, please.
Chaitan.
Yes.
You have worked for IEBC for quite some time.
Yes, from 2016 to now.
Yeah, that's around 10 years.
Yeah, 9 years.
Yeah, so what do you think ails IEBC in terms of trust among the public?
Oh, the issue of trust with the commissioner. I think we need to look at the context in which the environment it operates. In the electoral process, we have several players. We have the political players. We have the political system itself. The way mobilization or in the political sphere. Now, in this context of the winner take all, the situation becomes so polarized. It becomes ethnic mobilization. So it becomes us versus them. So as a referee, you cannot avoid the negative things which come out of the game, out of the play. And political players, they deliberately delegitimize the referee. You can see even this process has already started being delegitimized. So it started way before even the commission is like now. This process has started being criticized. Imagine by the time those commissioners are even taking the oath, their public trust maybe will be around 40%, and they have not done anything at all by themselves. And then Kenyans stand back and say, why does IEBC doesn't have any trust? And it is known very clearly where all this has originated. So it is a situation where we need to think carefully as a country, whether we have the correct systems in place or we are using the wrong systems to cure the wrong things. That's my take. Thank you.
So given a chance to serve as a commissioner of IEBC, what, like the first 100 days, like most leaders say, will you do to improve the trust levels of Kenyans?
The trust level cannot, I can assure you, it cannot be cured within 100 days. It will take a long time for Kenyans to see, and the decisions you make as a commission for them to have to trust you, if they trust you. But Kenyans trust their political leaders more than the commission. So it will take a lot of reaching out to the political leaders, and if they accept, we'll have a better working environment for all of us.
Maybe to take you away from the trust issues, the biggest polling center in Kenya, which one is that?
It is in Embakasi, one of the Embakasis, so which has around 52 polling stations. Yeah?
Is it Umoja Primary?
Yes, which has around 52 polling stations.
There is a suggestion you gave that the polling stations needs to have staggered, maybe, or not a fixed number depending on the size of the polling center.
Yes.
Now, would you suggest that, for example, all urban polling centers and stations should have more than 1,000? Polling stations should have more than 1,000, while the rural can be fixed to a certain number?
Yes, what I said, it should not necessarily be fixed in law. Let it be an administrative issue by IEBC. So that given the registration figures in every registration center, we shall be able to say this is the number of people who have registered in this center. Let us put that, the maximum to be maybe 1,000. Maybe in another one, if you put it at 1,000, at least you will cover so many. But the problem again is the distance in which the people might cover to go. So we are saying let us not fix it in law, but let it be an administrative question for the commission to consider, so that we can reduce the number of polling stations.
So that means that then you have to gazette each polling center with the number of people who are voting there to avoid discrepancies in terms of counting the vote, because eventually, what cures what has the 700 cured is the issue of ballot staffing. So if somebody knows that this is 700, no matter what you do, the number of people who in that polling station will not reach more than 700. But if you open it up, that means I can bring my ballots and stuff and say that the number of people here are more than 1,000.
Okay. Now, two issues there. Number one is that, of course, we'll be able to gazette the maximum number in every polling station. So it doesn't mean that it will be just open, everybody working there and voting. It will be gazetted and known. These are 1,000, these are 700, like that in the last day. And number two, the issue you alluded to in terms of ballot stuffing, that is currently not possible because you are identified biometrically. So unless you come to be identified biometrically, you cannot vote. So ballot stuffing, that one ended a long time ago with the use of the printed register. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Olo will have a question for you, but I leave it there so that Olo can take it up from there.
Okay.
We are the only two people who are between you and the member of a commission.
Thank you.
I suspect that Olo would like to ask you a question, but I'm wondering, I've been thinking about, I noticed that you come from Baringo, and there was a school called Kambi Yanyasi, which was claimed to be a polling station. Do you know anything about it?
Kambi?
Kambi Yanyasi.
No, I don't.
It was claimed that it was a polling station, and the school doesn't exist.
No, I'm not aware of that myself.
Did you see that news item?
There are a lot of misleading news items about IEBC. So,
okay, Professor, do you want to take it up from there?
Obadia Kipkoech Keitany.
Yes, Prof.
Don't listen to Bore. I'm a very good man. And you know in the Bible, you know the meaning of Obadia?
No, I know he's a minor prophet.
Minor prophet, servant of God.
Yes.
And we are in a Holy Week. So we'll remain on holy grounds. There won't be any unholy grounds as we engage. In 2013, before you joined, did you ever hear the colloquium, ninth candidate?
Ninth?
Because there were 8 presidential candidates. Then after the results came, there was a colloquium, the 9th candidate.
Yes, I heard about it.
What did
it
why
was?
Were people
it was.
talking
I
about
think I think about the spoil vote.
And did you hear what the public explanation, whether it was fake or not, was about that 9th candidate?
No, I don't think I can remember properly.
Let me remind you what was said there.
Yes.
That because of the 700 cap, there were so many votes in many polling stations beyond 700, and everything that tried to enter the computer would kick them out. Hence the many spoiled votes. Hence the colloquium 9th candidate. Whether real or not, I'm just telling you, that's the nature of politics. But I'm more interested in this, at least for clarification. This board charter, when did you or the secretariat, just remind us, how did it come about?
No, I drafted it myself, personally myself, and shared it with the CEO. I think it sometime in 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, I drafted it, shared it with the CEO for his input, and then he transmitted it to the commissioners, for their input and then eventual approval.
And it was adopted?
It took time to be adopted.
When was it adopted?
I think it was approved in 2023, but it was there as a draft.
In 2023?
Yes.
By 3 commissioners or by 7 commissioners?
I think 3 commissioners.
If a new commission comes in, you want that one to be adopted by the 3 commissioners
who
had a boardroom rupture with the other 4, where you sit.
Yes.
If you were to be a commissioner,
yes,
you developed that board charter way before.
Yes.
But it is adopted at a time in which there has just been a boardroom rupture by 3 commissioners who were on one side, including the chair. Would you want that one revisited, given that history?
No. In fact, what you are currently doing is actually we are reviewing it, and it will be part of the documents which we'll present the commission when they come, because we are incorporating even the suggestions by the Supreme Court on the roles of each commissioner. So we are reviewing. So
but by the time, you're saying by the time it was adopted,
yes,
the Supreme Court had already made its ruling.
Yes, I think they of course they realized some of the issues the Supreme Court was talking about was contained in that charter.
Okay.
So we are reviewing it. Currently it is under review, and it is part of the documents which will be presented for the entire commission to adopt, the full commission. If they adopt or they want to make addition, that.
So what's the status? Is it an adopted document or?
It is adopted, but we are reviewing now. You review an adopted document.
Even before it is put to the test, you are already reviewing it, because I don't think it has been put to the test yet.
No. But if you realize that there are some gaps in it, which you need to revamp it, I think it is in order. And then it is adopted. It is even an opportunity for it to be adopted afresh by the entire commission.
Okay, I like the word afresh.
Yes.
Because you are saying it will be a document before the new commissioners. IEBC, you yourself inferred on the differences that led you to develop this board charter that was finally adopted and that might have to be adopted afresh. We know in Kenya here that there has been the Kriegler Commission, that there have been the 2010 Constitution, that there has been the electoral laws of 2016, and many others. Yet we still end up in the same place. Either the chair and the secretary are fighting or have too much camaraderie, or there is a split among the commissioners. There are commissioners running to exile. What is it in Obadia Keitany, a governance specialist, that you will bring to the boardroom to bring a halt to this vicious cycle?
Okay. Thank you. I don't think it will be a solo issue for one to just solve like that. It will take the entire commission, because if you look at the structure, the way the commission is structured, even by law, it is both executive. When it is performing its role as a commission, like appointing the returning officers, announcing results, declaring the results, it is operating as an executive. And you also have an executive secretary. So there might be room for friction. However, it will take a lot of soberness and level-headedness. And you see, these are people who are in the office every day with the secretariat. You cannot say you are oversighting every day the secretariat. So it will take a lot of soberness, a lot of self-restraint and maturity for you not to be tempted to micromanage secretariat. And if you do that, that is when conflict will start. So you, as a commission, we have to really know what is our remit and restrict ourselves to our remit as a commission. So I cannot say I'll be able to enforce that on my own, but at least I'll be able to bring that perspective so that we can be able to debate and agree with fellow commissioners on our role as a commission vis-a-vis the role of secretariat. Thank you.
From where I teach as a classroom teacher, the bureaucracy, wherever it is, be it in the executive, be it in parliament, be it in the judiciary, be it in the ministries. In fact, the joke is that one minister went and wanted to change everything, and the bureaucrat said, tumeona wangapi, wewe pia utaenda tu. Obadia Keitany has been a member of the Secretariat. By his own admission, and others that have appeared before us from the Secretariat, is that the commissioners come and they have a lot of learning curve that they have to go, which is natural and expected, given that they are not necessarily election experts as such. Obadia Keitany joins, coming from the Secretariat into a commissioner, and is the only one who has joined from the Secretariat. Is there a possibility that Obadia, the way he said that the other commissioners usually come and look at the Secretariat, that with an attitude, utaangalia hao commissioners, nyinyi mnajua nini? Hata mimi nimechora hii board charter, mimi ndio nilichora. Is there that possibility?
No. There is no that possibility at all. Me, I am a colloquial person and operate cooperatively with my fellow. I don't have that attitude to look down upon them saying you don't know anything. Of course, they know a lot. The fact that they have been given that position as commissioners there is a lot they are contributing also to the table. So there is no way you can just dismiss them and say you don't know anything. No, no, that is not the way to go.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, do you have two questions?
Sure, but yeah, in one of your pitches to us today, you said you are a governance expert. You usually have a high school session. I'm sure you've been watching TV.
Yes.
Normally in governance, you can talk of the 4 C's of governance, which would include capacity, convergence, complementarity, control. When you're talking of governance in a public sector area as the IEBC, there are 4 P's. Just give me 2 P's.
4 P's.
Yeah, I just want 2. The same way I told you there are 4 C's: capacity, convergence, complementary, and control. I've now shifted to P's. I don't want 4, I just want 2.
I think you can pass that one.
All right.
Yes.
Let me give you more options now that you've decided to pass that one. In these categories, where do you want the question from? Economy and innovation, wildlife and environment, culture, sports and languages, geography and landmarks, and history and politics.
Maybe history and politics?
History and politics.
Yes.
How many provinces did Kenya have before the promulgation of the Constitution 2010?
8 including Nairobi.
Name another 2.
Rift Valley, Nyanza, Coast, Northeastern.
Thank you, Chair.
Well, Mr. Obadia Kaitanyi, we are coming to the close of our session with you. I don't know if they have any comment or question to make.
Thank you, Chairman, and this panel. I wish to thank you very much for considering the staff of the Commission in your shortlisting. I think this is the first selection panel which has considered quite a number of staff from the Commission for that position. I think it is commendable because even if we don't make it to the Commission eventually, at least you have heard us, and the Commission has heard and seen and the public has heard and see the caliber of staff that we have within the Commission. For that, I wish to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. We indeed have encountered very excellent men and women from the Commission who are election experts and doing their work pretty well. And we have learned a lot, and we want to thank you, both your leadership and that of the CEO, in keeping the Commission intact in the absence of the commissioners. And we hope that whichever side you are, when that time comes, that you will receive the commissioners that will come your way, since the CEO is not here to receive this message, that you will receive them well.
Thank you.
Asante. Your certificates are with the gentleman at the door.
Okay.
He'll give them to you. The notebook and the pen and the water are yours. Feel free to pick them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, quickly. Media again, thank you very much for the work you have been doing. We appreciate you for allowing Kenyans to participate and to follow and to hear and learn. We are grateful, and Kenyans are grateful indeed. We end it here and shall resume tomorrow at 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:45 tomorrow. So, karibuni sana tomorrow again. Thank you.